What's going on? What's up? Salute and shout out to everybody that just made it in bright and early. I see that shit, Ty City. I ain't on nigga time. I'm on the time that I'm on when I'm on, motherfucker. But anyway, I'd like to thank everybody that came in, man. That's not going to front. Everything that could go wrong was going wrong. When I tried to get this thing set up, StreamYards just quit working. And so I had to back out, had to turn the computer off, turn it back on, had to push, up, down, left, right, A, B, select, start, all that shit. And then boom, it just started working. So we here. We're going to be joined shortly by LilBigNate. We wanted to do this sooner when it was fresher news, but we didn't get around to it. He wasn't available to get it in until today. So we wanted to do this when it was fresher news. But either way, we here now. We getting it in now. I didn't even want to cover this topic till I got LilBigNate on it, because I know he's going to go in on it, because he goes in on that Democratic Party and how they pander to black women. And their pandering to black women is a part of the divide that we have as black people. He tends to blame the Democratic Party more than what people how do I set this up? A lot of people are of the view that he blames the Democratic Party more than he should, but he puts a lot of it on the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party, they are the ultimate enablers, and I do agree with him on that. So he's going to be joining us. I just sent him the link. We're about to get into this, but as always, as usual, shout out to the early bird squad, those that made it in bright and early with a comment before the show even got started. I appreciate y'all. I definitely do. Excalibur in the building. What's up, and salute to you. I'm about to fuck up a name. I can feel it coming. No, I'm not. Abdullah bin Bobby at Tab. I think I got it. Clear Ice in the building. What's up, and salute to you. Omega Dreads Gaming Channel. What's going on? Melody in the building. She says, like on the way in. I told you, get rid of all them damn hearts and use thumbs up. You just hard hit it. It's just going to be hard hit it. Go half hearts and half thumbs up. Just being hard hit it. Omega Dreads in the building. It's bad when your father says she's fake. You know what? Sometimes I don't research shit. I heard about that. I didn't read nothing on it, but I heard about that. I didn't read nothing on it. Maybe LilBigNate got something to do on that. Sometimes I like to not know when I interview somebody. Hold on. I just got an email from LilBigNate. He says, he says, drop the... I emailed you the link. You want the link dropped in the chat? I'll drop it. This link is just for LilBigNate. Don't nobody take it. If you take it, you will be ignored in the back chat. That's for LilBigNate. Well, we got people coming on in here. Shout out to everybody else that made it in bright and early. D-Rock Den in the building. Terrence B. Kill Deuce. Entanglement TV, aka Titan TV in the building. Yeah, still on that entanglement. What's up, Ty City in the building? No, she won't, cause black ain't voting for her. And Sleepy Joe. Yeah, that's where I think it's going to go. I think a lot of black men are waking up to the Democratic Party is not for them. Not that the Republican Party is some perfect instrument for us. We're going to be taking good with the bad, regardless of who we go with. We're going to be taking the good with the bad regardless. But the Democratic Party offers nothing for black men. Nothing for black men. Aegon Stark in the building. Sister George, yeah. I'm just gonna skip that one. Wise man, what's going on? New in the building says, who hurt you? My bad. He said I was fake. Whoa, what you talking about? Willis? New in the building with the super chat. I appreciate that. I appreciate the super chat. Came through bright and early with a super chat. We got 84 people in here. Hit the like button on the way in. Jedi Mac. All right, I think that covers it. I think that covers it. I think that covers it. Black Wolf Inc. in the building. All right, that covers it. We got almost 100 in here. That's enough to get the show started. Time to get the show started. Without further ado, we're gonna bring in the guest of honor, my man, LilBigNate in the building. What's going on? Do a mic check for us.
Hey folks, how you doing?
Oh yeah, you sound perfect, clear, and ready to go. Ready to go.
And
Man.
I'm on my computer mic. How about that?
Oh yeah, that's like that's just the speakers. That's just coming right from your laptop or
That's
your
my
computer.
work laptop. Yeah, I'm at a body shop right now, and I gotta do a couple of vehicles here. I'm just gonna take this time to do what I need to do for Bernard here. And yeah, man, this is my computer mic. Yeah, absolutely.
Before we get going, was there a recent dust up, or is Ty City just starting shit? Was there a more recent dust up between you and Sister George?
Oh no, I'm gonna be sending Sister George an email. I'm trying to decide. Do I want to go on their program? I do. But I'm thinking about the parameters I'm going to set up for it. It's coming. The email's coming, Sister George. I promise. I'll be coming on there. But no, there's no issues. There was never any issues between me and Sister George. It was
No, I just thought there was a recent dust up. I thought Ty City was
not
probably
that
talking
I
about.
know of.
Okay, yeah. So Ty City just starting shit. He just starting shit.
Salute out.
Just starting shit.
Just let me know when you're ready. Do you have any questions, Bernard?
Oh no, we about to get into it. We about to get into it. The reason I thought it was a potential dust up because I listened to probably 10 minutes of Sister George doing her concrete rose doing a response to my stream, and was no big fan of her. No big, well, I ain't no big fan of her anyway, but I was no big fan of her that day. No big fan of her that day. She yeah, just sitting there. She was doing a lot of beating her chest, grabbing her nuts, talking her shit, barking at men, and it was like, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's
Wow.
what it is. That's
Well, when I do go over there,
it
it
was
should prove to be pretty interesting. It should
it
prove
was
to be
some
pretty interesting.
yeah, it was some fuckery. It was some fuckery.
I haven't been
So
to the channel
eh,
since
I,
I
yeah, I listened to like the first 10 minutes once they got into it, and then I dropped off, and then so I assumed it was a lively panel, so that's why I
of
assumed Ty
course.
City was possibly referencing that. She says, I took up for you, but I don't need your fucking pat on the head. I don't give a fuck. No, I'm just playing. No, but no, you did acknowledge something about me, but yeah, I understand that. I understand that, but I don't care. Just the overall optics of what you did there was pretty telling. Sister George.
Wow, interesting.
Pretty telling. Anyway. Damn it, I can't click. Oh, nothing is working today. Hold on. What the fuck? I gotta get a new laptop or something. Super chat. I can't even click on it. It's stuck on. Oh shit! No, I gotta get it. It's stuck on Sister George. I can't click off of that. She taking over my damn laptop. I can't click off of her. She's stuck right there. It's horrible. Anyway, Brian Tolbert. She might grab the black woman vote, even though she's hella mixed with a white. Oh, hella mixed with a white husband. Yeah. I don't think black women care that much. I don't think black women care that much. No, but in all honesty, Sister Joy, it was some good points.
Hello. Wow, I don't know what happened to Bernard. Wow, they sent the assassination squad over there. What happened to Bernard? Well, I tell you what, folks, I'll go ahead and begin, and hopefully Bernard will be back shortly. Um, it's interesting. Vice President Joe Biden chose Kamala Harris, Senator Kamala Harris, as his running mate. And what I'm going to do today, I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I'm going to go over Senator Harris's career from her start as the district attorney of San Francisco, then the attorney general for the state of California. And then we're going to go over some of the things that she spoke about when she was running for the presidential nomination of the Democrat Party earlier this year. We're going to start off with her career as district attorney. I don't know how many of you are familiar with a person named Jamal Truelove. Do any of you know who Jamal Truelove is? Jamal Truelove is a gentleman who was convicted of murder in 2008 by the district attorney's office run by Senator Kamala Harris. It was the murder of a Seu Kuka, Seukuka. Mr. Truelove was actually friends with Mr. Kuka in 2007. And his murder went unsolved for about a year. Hold on, this is Bernard texting me. StreamYard is acting up. Are you still on? Give me a second, folks. I apologize. I'm texting Bernard back. He said, StreamYard is acting up. Are you still on? Let's see. All right. He wants me to continue. Hopefully he'll be back soon. Oh, yeah. He wants me to continue. All right. So there was a young lady who got brought up on some drug charges. And it's about a year after Mr. Koku's murder. And oddly enough, she had pertinent information in regards to the murder of Mr. Koku. And I'm assuming in order to get out of her pending drug charges, she gave them Mr. Jamal Truelove as the killer of Mr. Koku. Now, Senator Harris's DA's office pursued Mr. Truelove for this crime, and they got a conviction. There was piles of evidence to suggest Mr. Truelove had nothing to do with this murder that was presented throughout the trial, but the DA's office was insistent that Mr. Truelove was guilty, and they got the conviction. And so Mr. Truelove was sentenced to life in prison, okay, for a crime that we find out ultimately he didn't commit. He appealed the conviction several times, only to receive letters from the DA's office signed by Miss Kamala Harris that they weren't going to entertain his appeals. Now, once Senator Harris left the DA's office, a new DA came in, and they reviewed the case, and they found that Mr. Truelove, in fact, was innocent. He was exonerated of his murder conviction, and he sued the state of California and was awarded $13.1 million. Oh, hey, Bernard, what's up, bro?
What's going on? Hopefully everything's okay. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard. For some reason, it's the second time it did it. Did it right when I was about to go on air, and it just did it again. So so I came back in on you when you said talking about somebody being exonerated or something. Just back up a little bit so I can just try to understand exactly where we at.
Oh, I'll give you a quick rundown. I just started with a gentleman by the name of Jamal Truelove. Jamal Truelove is a young black man that was convicted of murder in 2008 for the 2007 murder of one Seyu Kuka, a friend of Mr. Truelove's. The DA's office was insistent that Mr. Truelove was guilty after a young lady who had been brought up on drug charges had, a year after Mr. Koku's murder, had implicated Mr. Truelove as the murderer. And although there was tons of evidence to the contrary, the DA's office insisted that Mr. Truelove was guilty and got him convicted of murder, and he was to serve a life sentence. Well, once Senator Harris went on to become the Attorney General of the state of California, the new DA came into the city of San Francisco, reviewed the case, and found that Mr. Truelove was innocent. Mr. Truelove was exonerated of the crime of murder, and he sued the state of California and was awarded $13.1 million. That's where we are.
Okay, cool. Gotcha.
All right. All right. This is an example of the morality of one Senator Harris. Okay. In the face of overwhelming evidence that this young man was innocent, and a lot of district attorneys' offices do this. They persist that the individual is guilty, and they stick to their guns in spite of all the evidence to the contrary. And this is an example of the lack of morality of one Senator Harris. All right.
Sorry. Now, take a quick break. Sir Tyson says, salute Bernie and Nate. Jamal Truelove appeared on I Love New York. Also,
he's an actor. That's
all this. Oh, damn.
He's an actor. Mr. Truelove is an actor. That is absolutely true. That's absolutely true.
I didn't know this. Concrete Rose says, I don't know why sisters think Kamala is going to save the day when she has a long history of working in opposition of our interests. Well, see what you did there? You said you don't know why sisters think that Kamala Harris is going to save the day, but she has a long history of working in Black women's interests or in Black men's interests. And if Black women think that Kamala Harris is going to save the day, they're looking at her as a hero, but she's not really working against their interests. She's only working against Black male interests. That's telling. That's telling. That's where your whole thought process should be. That they don't look at, the type of shit like what Nate just laid out is problematic to them. So they're like, yay for Kamala Harris, but they're, so I don't know. It's some contradictions in your, sisters and then when you say our interests, it's some conflict of interest, if that's the right word there. I hope I explained that right. That, Black women are looking at a woman with some melanin thinking like, yeah, this is for us. And it's almost like a not giving a fuck about the other shit,
Can I address that real quick?
Yeah.
Little sidebar. For Black women and Black men do this too. Why do we try to adopt people that never lay claim to us? The lineage of Senator Harris, she is 1/2 Indian, 1/4 white, 1/4 Black Jamaican. That's what she is. Now,
say that again. She's half Indian,
half
a quarter
Indian,
white,
1/4 white, 1/4 Black Jamaican. You might be surprised to know, for those of you who want to adopt her and invite her, I believe, to the barbecue, is it? There's a lady by the name of Mindy Kaling. She's the dark-skinned Indian actress from the show The Office. Very talented young lady. She did a YouTube show where she invited Senator Harris over to her house to cook. And Mindy Kaling said, while she was talking to Senator Harris, she said, "You're Indian, right?" Senator Harris said, "Yes."
Mm-hmm.
Also, you'll be surprised to know, those of you who want to adopt Senator Harris into the Black community and invite her to the barbecue. She said also, the Sacramento Bee, when she was elected senator, said, I quote, "We will watch Senator Harris be sworn in as the first Indian American senator." I'm sorry, folks. This woman is not a black woman. I have an aunt that looks like her. There's obviously black in her lineage, but she's not a black woman. Please stop adopting people and demanding that they identify with us when they choose not to. It makes us look foolish.
And
Thank you.
she definitely will. She will claim her blackness when it's convenient.
When it's politically expedient,
Yeah,
she will be black.
That's the
Yes.
best way to explain it. Yeah, she's
Yes.
trying to be black by popular demand. And
Absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely.
that's
She
what's
will be
going on
black
there.
when it's politically expedient to be black.
Yeah, Wise Will. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. My man, Wise. What is that? Wise Will TCP says black women have already gotten behind Kamala. Yeah, Concrete. I don't want to stop the show and make it all about this comment, but when you say, because you responded to this comment where you said she has a long history of working in our interest, but then you said you don't know why sisters think she's going to save the day. And then when I responded, you said the interest of the black community. And then so that's why I was saying that maybe black women don't view what she did as working against the interest of the black community. That's the point that I was making. Because she's not stopping black women from, being all that they can be. She's not in the way of black women in any way, shape, or form. She's hard on black male criminals. And maybe there's a percentage of black women that just don't look at that as, a thing. They don't look at that as coming down on them. I don't know. Perhaps that's the reason why. And we still can, we could juxtapose that with, because black women do get out there and do all the, the Black Lives Matter shit, but then we know what that Black Lives Matter shit is really about. And then there's the trope that, they care about black men after they dead. It's all of that going on that we're averaging into the equation, that when you're looking at why are sisters just jumping on board with Kamala Harris, she does things that's not in the interest of our community. Maybe there's something in the mindset of black women where they just don't view it as that. Now, it could be just some good old black people ignorance. We see somebody with a little melanin, and just hop on board and don't care, don't ask no questions. It could be an element of that, but it could be an element in black female like the independent womanist in them could make them just look at that as something that they have to get on board with, regardless of what's going on there. They're not thinking about the big greater picture. It could be showing that black men and black women have different interest. They see a liberal black-ish woman and they're like, yes, this is I'm on board with this. Black men see that and see a completely different thing. So that could be the reason why. So
let's not be so quick to condemn black women. Let me give you some information you may not be privy to. Rasmussen they're a polling company. They did a poll a few days ago after Vice President Biden chose her as his VP pick. And Rasmussen found that 1/3 of black voters are now less likely to vote for Joe Biden after picking Kamala Harris. Just Google Rasmussen, 1/3 black American now less likely.
But did they sparse out like how many of them were men versus how many were women?
I didn't read that deep into the article. I saw the title. I read the first few paragraphs. 1/3 of overall all black voters. And if we're honest, black women are the ones who are the most politically vocal. Black men usually just follow in lockstep with whatever black women say when it comes to politics. I mean, that's just the truth, But would you like me to continue, Bernard?
Yeah, real quick, Melody, thank you for the super sticker. And also Daniel Myrie says, salute Bernard and LilBigNate. Black men will get blamed when Joe and Kamala lose the election. Yeah, because a lot of us are not going to vote for them. I'll put money on it. By the way, keep up the good work, gentlemen. Thank you very much for the super chat, and we will definitely try to keep up the good work. Definitely try to keep up the good work. My man Sir Tice came through with another super chat. He says, Sir Tice, at the risk of making this against all black women, he says, in your opinion, does it matter since black women vote Democrat 90 to 95%? This move doesn't sway the undecided. That's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, what do you think about that one? Before you say what you think about that one, I do want to acknowledge the cash apps that came through. D-Rock Den, actually just one. D-Rock Den in the building. He says, "Be our morning fire with Little Big Nate." Thank you very much for that cash app. I appreciate that. Yeah, you could go ahead and respond. You can go ahead and respond to that one. I just want to add, I'm not 100% sure if my analysis on how black women view her versus black men view her, if it's really that much of a difference, because so like we said before, so many black men are liberal, and like we saw that on the Breakfast Club. We saw Charlemagne the God, talking to Joe Biden, like, what about a black female vice president? He was pushing that. So we got liberal black men in the media that was pushing for Joe Biden to get a black female vice president.
But Bernard, that's all that's in the media. There are no black conservative, black independent men that's going to get on media platforms. If you don't subscribe to whatever most leftist, liberal, feminist black women think, you're not going to get an opportunity to speak. I mean, that's just the truth of it. In reference to Sir Tice's statement, one saving factor is that black people, the overall black vote was down in 2016. Black people were disillusioned with Hillary Clinton. Although 95% of black women voted, substantially fewer black women voted overall, which is a good thing, in my opinion, because Hillary Clinton would have been disastrous for this country. So again, I'm going to go into black women in a little bit, as soon as I can get talking, get back to my presentation. But that's a good point, Sir Tice. But keep in mind, the overall vote is down in 2016. And I think more and more black women are open to the idea of voting to Donald Trump. I go to ABL's chat. I go to other black conservatives' chats, and there are several black women with black women avatars in their chats talking about how they're against abortion, against liberalism. They see the damage that it's wrought on the black community, and it's encouraging. So, but just, is there anything else, Bernard, you wanted to cover?
Yeah, Nick, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. He says black man, conservative/liberal are weak, no self-interest. Thank you for the super chat. And no, we can go ahead and move forward. You can pick up where you was at. You got time today, right?
I got a couple hours.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, a couple hours, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So yeah, go ahead.
All right. So we dealt with Kamala Harris's district attorney. Let's deal with her as attorney general. As attorney general, there were approximately 1,500 to 2,000 low-level marijuana offenders who were kept in jail for longer than normal periods of time for that particular offense. And the reason they got these extended sentences is because of what Kamala Harris said. Again, she's attorney general. She's the top law enforcement officer of the state. She said, quote, let me see here. "We need them to fight wildfires and pick up trash." Slave labor, basically.
What?
You can Google it. "We need them to fight forest fires and pick up trash." That's why these black men need to serve these unusually long sentences for marijuana. I'm assuming she was just shooting from the hip, but I mean, it's what she said. So we have to take that into account. Now, let's talk for a minute about Kamala Harris's character.
I want to make sure that sinks in. Hold on. She was asked directly about giving long sentences for weed.
Well, she didn't give them. Of course, prosecutors give them, judges give them, and her response was, we need them to fight wildfires and pick up trash. What's wrong with that, Bernard?
God damn. I mean, I know Donald Trump got some off the cuff doozies that he's thrown up there, but damn.
Yeah.
Even Donald Trump couldn't walk that one backwards.
There's several things I'm going to tell you about Kamala Harris that's going to blow your mind. So Kamala Harris as Attorney General. No, I'm sorry. I was going to go into her character. There's a gentleman by the name of Willie Brown. He's the former mayor of San Francisco. Isn't that odd? He was the mayor. She had an extramarital affair with him. And a few years later, she's district attorney of San Francisco. Interesting. Well, Mayor Willie Brown wrote an op-ed in a San Francisco newspaper telling Kamala Harris not to accept the vice presidential nomination. He suggested that she be better suited as Attorney General for the United States in a Biden administration. She's not fit to be vice president. This is the man that intimately knows Senator Harris saying this. Also, you'd be interested to know that her father has a great deal of condemnation for her denial of, her flip-flopping on what she is constantly. He has spoken out publicly about his disappointment in his daughter. Now, you take that for what it is. So we've covered the district attorney.
Hold on, let's get into that, because I keep hearing sound bites of what her dad said about her. So yeah, so what exactly did he say about her? Because I keep hearing about that.
He said he's disappointed in the way she flip-flops on her lineage. She puts her finger and she'll be whatever she needs to be at any particular time, and it brings shame on their family, because this is a proud Jamaican man. It's very, Jamaicans are very proud. Their family was upper middle class, extremely successful, very, very upper class folks. And a proud black man, you don't want to mess with the family name, and she plays with it, and her father does not appreciate it. So that's what that's in reference to. Let's talk. We talked about her.
Perfect blackness. He said, "This is fact. She did say that, and she did sleep her way to the top." Uh-oh.
I didn't say that now. I just said it's curious that she became district attorney of San Francisco and she slept with Willie Brown, the mayor. That's all I said.
This brother is destroying her like Willie Brown on a Friday night.
You niggas are crazy. God damn. Oh man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you did vaguely allude to her sleeping her way to the top. You slipped it in there so smooth, I barely recognized it. Yeah, you slipped it in there pretty smooth. Believe it or not, young Pharaoh has converted thousands of black women to conservatives. That's interesting.
Wow, that's interesting. Did not know.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. But I wonder how much do the mentality really change though when they convert. I think it will. I think it will over time, because it's kind of baked into the cake of conservative principles. That women you would think they would have to view things differently, but then there's we got that Tommy Lauren rant from a conservative white woman. So it's interesting when you're looking at female conservatives, because typically you see that when they're married. It's like they're liberal their whole life. If they marry a conservative man, they gradually become conservative over time. That's typically how it goes. You don't see too many single conservative women. You don't see that much. So that's interesting. But that's a good thing though, if he's converting them, getting them out of the more liberal womanist view of looking at things. Because I always say, a little side note, not anti-woman, but I do think that when you're pro-man, okay, when a man does well in life, he's going to do well and he's going to take care of a woman. And so if a man is doing well, then that means two people are doing well, two birds with one stone. Like, you give a man a job, you're essentially giving a woman a job too, because he's going to use that good job to take care of himself and a woman. Give a woman that good job, she's going to be off in the corner.
She's going to support Louboutin.
Yeah, she's going to be off in the corner with that job by herself, strong, independent, don't need no man, or he got to come up and get on my level, and then it's just going to be separated, men over here, women over there. Not saying that. I'm not saying that women shouldn't work, but I'm just saying that, and I think in an open, free society, capitalist society, open, free market democracy, I just think if women are doing well, it's actually data that shows it. And more feminist countries and more if women are doing well, there's less family and less structure, and then we know the outcomes of people when they're born in a lack of families and a lack of structure. And so it's so I'm not saying it's better for society for women to do bad, because I don't view it as doing bad if families are together, if people are together and working together. But when women get their own shit, then they can, be free and try to live like men and be single and in a deregulated sexual market, just fuck who they want and fuck who they don't, and got their own money to take care of themselves if shit hit the fan. It's like, and then, then boys are raised by women and so forth and so on. And then another generation comes in with fucked up ideas, and there's the cycle. That's what's going on. But anyway, Black Wolf Inc. says she is a descendant of a slave owner. Uh-oh.
Yeah, her family was a very large slave owner, in fact.
Which family? She coming from?
Her father's side of the family owned slaves. Remember, he's half white. Her father was half white. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
All right.
Real quick. Jerome D, isn't it funny that as much as Black women talk shit about cheating and side chicks, but have no shame voting for one? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to get through these. Uncle Joe Bernard, you ain't black. Open the pain, boy. What?
I don't know what that means.
Bernard, you ain't black. Open. Did you mean turn the camera on? Dude, I was up all night. I was up all night playing with equipment. This was supposed to be my big live cammed up with my new $600 camera. I just bought all this. I got lights, camera, action, all kind of shit set up over here, but I don't know how to set the shit up. But today was gonna be the big day. So goddamn it, maybe tomorrow. Hopefully I get it all figured out by Friday. I was at Best Buy all day buying shit that didn't work, took shit back, bought some new shit. I'm probably I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And I swear it needs to be a traveling person who just travels around in a van and goes to people's house and helps them set up YouTube channels. He make a lot of money. It's because people don't know what the fuck let me speak for myself. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But anyway, Brian Tolbert, we about to get back into your presentation. I like that you came prepared with notes and you got a lot of shit on,
Always.
I love it. I love
Always.
it. I love that. Makes the job easier. I appreciate that. Brian Tolbert, he says someone researched and traced her Jamaican heritage owned slave. Yeah, okay, so they already own slaves, and her Indian side uses the untouchables for labor. Thank you for the super chat, Brian Tolbert, aka Mr. Bowtie. A bow tie is on the table for me. I might rock a bow tie every now and then when I'm on camera. Every now and then, not every day, but every now and then, I might rock a bow tie. Never rocked one as an adult. I might try to bring it back. Is she a part of the Brahman cast, top cast, or what's going on? What are you talking about there? Do you know what he's talking? What are you getting at?
I'm not sure.
All right. Hey, thank y'all for all these super chats. We can't even get into the show because y'all sending so many super chats, but those are wonderful interruptions. I appreciate it. All right, go ahead, LilBigNate. Hopefully you remembered where you was at.
Oh, absolutely. I'm gonna do a little sidebar, and I'm gonna talk about a woman. Her name is Simone Sanders. If you've seen a somewhat overweight Black woman with a low Caesar part on the side, that's Simone Sanders. She was the former campaign head for Bernie Sanders during the 2016 campaign, and she headed up his campaign in 2020. When Bernie Sanders' campaign faltered, she jumped ship and she became the head of the Joe Biden for president campaign. Let's talk about Simone Sanders for a minute, okay? Simone Sanders got upset when one Luther Campbell, Uncle Luke from 2 Live Crew, he wrote an op-ed in the Miami New Times talking about how when Senator Harris was running for president, how she's unqualified. He brought up the issue with Mr. Truelove, the issue with the marijuana convicts having these unusually long sentences. He brought up several facts that, in his opinion, as an American citizen, disqualifies Kamala Harris from being president. And you'll be happy to know that Miss Simone Sanders, who is a ardent feminist, leftist, and Democrat, she said, quote, "Uncle Luke is no political mastermind or strategist." I want you to listen to this closely, gentlemen. Why do black men keep popping up with their unsolicited opinions on Senator Harris? Gentlemen, you're not allowed as an American citizen to voice your opinion on a political candidate unless it's solicited by a black woman, of course. Well, first of all, Ms. Sanders, if you're listening, and you're probably not, but if you are, the Miami New Times solicited Luther Campbell's position on this. They asked him to write the op-ed. So you should shut your mouth, okay?
Yeah, well, that speaks to solicited by a black woman. That's
yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. I forgot.
Yeah.
Any political opinions by black men need to be solicited by their women, the people who are in charge of black political decision-making in this country. Interesting. Simone Sanders, let me show you the level of contempt that Simone Sanders has for black America. Okay, just work with me here for a minute. I need you to think with me. Do you remember Bernie Sanders was interviewed by one Cardi B several months ago? Simone Sanders was in charge of Bernie Sanders' campaign at the time. And in the mind of Simone Sanders, the way to appeal to black America is to have her candidate sit down and discuss all the pressing issues with a rapist, drug addict, criminal gang member, stripper, whore, pig named Cardi B. That's what she is, folks. I'm sorry. This is out of her mouth in 2015.
Back up. I need those credentials of Cardi D laid out again. What did you call her?
She is a stripper.
Uh-huh.
She's a whore. She is a drug dealer. She's a gang member. She's a thief, and she's a rapist. This is all things she's confirmed on her Instagram. In 2015, in 2019, someone dug up a video of her in 2015 telling women that if you want to hurt a man, what you do, you invite him to a hotel, you drug him, you sleep with him, then you rob him, then you offer to have one of your girlfriends come over for a menage. Now, the girlfriend will happen to be a mentally ill man who thinks he's a woman, a trans person. And that man will come over, and Cardi B and the man would have sex with the man, the unsuspecting man. Hey, ladies, that's rape. Cardi B is a rapist. And I've been saying this, I've been putting it in chats and I've been saying it on a couple of different panels. She's a rapist, okay? That's rape. To have a man who's under the influence of drugs that you put him under sleep unbeknownst with another man is rape. And this is what American pop culture celebrates, okay? In this misogynist society of ours, right?
I instantly no longer care about her wet ass pussy anymore. Anyway,
so if I could finish real quick. So Simone Sanders has Bernie Sanders interviewed by Cardi B. Now she's jumped ship to head up the vice president's campaign. And 3 days ago, I think it was 3 or 4 days ago, she had Joe Biden sit down for an in-depth interview with Cardi B. The Democrats' opinion of you, black man and woman, is so low. They are so cynical in their view of you They don't sit Joe Biden down with Dr. Claude Anderson. No. They don't sit Joe Biden down with Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. No. They sit him down with Cardi B. They sit him down with Charlemagne. Those are the people that are going to convince you, you silly political novices, to fill your heart with support for Joe Biden. How do you feel about that? I'm just curious what black people think about Democrats' view of their political maturity, that they would put Cardi B in front of you to appeal to you. My God, man.
It's more of that Hillary Clinton pulling hot sauce out the bag shit.
Thank you.
That's
With
what it is.
Roly Martin dancing a jig with her. That's what it is, folks. That's what voting Democrat is today. Okay? It just is. Let's see. Let's talk about Senator Harris in the campaign. Let's talk about guns for a minute. Okay? Assault weapons, in fact. I know that there are several men across this sphere that have assault weapons. I know Angry Man has them. I know Ty City, I believe, has them.
Yeah, Ty City pulled one out when that Transformer came in, telling him that he was cute or something like that. He pulled out some heavy artillery.
yeah. I believe Mr. Fantastic has an assault weapon also.
Yep. Yeah, I think I saw him.
Let me give you folks a little bit of insight if you're not aware of this. During the debates, these liberals and leftists, they try to outdo each other. So Kamala Harris was asked about assault weapons, and of course she said she's for a ban on assault weapons. Now that's pretty standard Democrat fare. Mm-hmm. But what I want you to think about is this. In a Kamala Harris, Joe Biden administration, and that's actually what it would be because Joe Biden psychologically is just about gone. There are videos they have put together of montages of all his mistakes, all his gaffes. The man is in the early stages of Alzheimer's. I'm sorry. He is. My grandmother died of Alzheimer's. I know what it looks like. Okay. So it's going to be a Kamala Harris administration. I want you to be mindful of that. Now, what's important is a gentleman by the name of Beto O'Rourke. He's a congressman from Texas. He's a lawyer. And he ran for president also, and he got out real quick. He failed. His campaign failed. But he's being bounced around for attorney general in a Joe Biden, Kamala Harris administration. He would be the attorney general of the United States of America. Now, Beto O'Rourke said during the debates, he was asked, would you outlaw assault weapons? He said, yes. He said, we would have a voluntary buyback. Okay. But if you did not give up your assault weapon, it would be confiscated. Beto O'Rourke said he would take your assault weapons. That's a quote from Beto O'Rourke during the debates. These are the type of people they are going to put in power. Okay. How will you feel having a fat, retarded bureaucrat knocking on your door, demanding your assault weapon, and they'll give you whatever the fuck they feel like exchange for it? You paid $600 for it? Fuck you. Here's $300 and give me your weapon. Now, I'm in a body shop right now. I know a bunch of white boys. Let me tell you something. These white boys ain't giving up their guns. These white boys will die before they give up their guns. There's one body shop that has a shooting range in the back, and I've shot a couple of guns with the owner. His name is Mike. These white boys ain't giving up their guns. They will die. They will kill you before they give up their weapons. What about you, black man? What are you going to do? Some fat, pedophile, retarded bureaucrat knocks on your front door, demanding your prized possession, demanding the means of your defense for your household, your woman, your children. What are you going to do? Ask yourself that, because you may be facing that soon. in a Joe Biden, Kamala Harris administration. Just be ready. Okay.
8 perfect blackness in the building with a super chat. He said she did not identify as black until her presidential bid. When she was sworn into the Senate, she swore in as Indian. She's
Thank
phony.
you.
Yep. LilBigNate already touched on that one. Our Star Wars says, like Black Lives Matter, now it's the conservatives' turn to use the black man's plight to make a point. Y'all were justifying George Floyd's murder a couple weeks ago. Nobody was justifying that. Fantastic said some more controversial things that I wouldn't say, but we had the conversation about all the shit leading up to it. But no. Still wasn't justified being on top of him that damn long. Wasn't justified.
Let's talk about BLM for a second, if we could, please. Because
go ahead.
Kamala Harris is an ardent supporter of BLM. And you'll be happy to know that there's an article out in a Seattle newspaper where BLM members are marching in white communities, telling white people that they're going to confiscate their homes.
Well, that was on their website. That was actually on their website. I don't know if it's still there, but they were saying that white people need to hand over property or something like that.
Yes, anyway, white people need to hand over their property. Do you understand the dangers of Marxism? Do you have any idea how dangerous this ideology is? Marxism is the child of communism. Marxism grew up to become communist. Leonard Marx and Engels developed this idea that you create class warfare, jealousy for people who have achieved some level of financial success. Isn't that what Democrats do? Isn't that what Democrats constantly tell you? We need to tax the rich this, the rich that. You know, they consider rich $250,000 a year. I know several body shop owners that make that, small body shop owners. That's rich to them. We need to tax the rich. Let me tell you something, Black America. You could tax the rich at 100% of their income. You would not have enough to cover 1/4 of the programs these socialist, communist Democrats want to enact. You have to tax the middle class. It's the vast majority of the American people, not the wealthy, the middle class. They're going to tax you. They're going to tax you into oblivion. How do you feel working from, I believe, January 1st to, I believe, April 20-something, just to pay taxes? You get up every day from January 1st to sometime in the middle to end of April just to pay taxes. Okay? Now, I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. I'm not that intelligent of a man. Despite my oratory skills, I didn't graduate college. And I went to St. John's for a while, but didn't graduate, the Jamaica Queens campus. And can someone explain to me how free college works? Because I've heard Bernie, I've heard Elizabeth Warren, I've heard all these people talking about free college. Do the professors work for free? Do the lunch ladies and the cooks, do they work for free? Do the janitors mop the floors for free? Do the security guards work for free? Does the HVAC guy that comes to fix the AC unit, does he fix it for free? Because I don't know how free college would work. I don't know how free healthcare that these Democrats want to give to all illegal aliens. They all raised their hand when asked during the debates, would you insure undocumented immigrants, which are illegal aliens? They all, like a bunch of fucking lemmings, raised their hand. The two that raised their hand first, of course, were Senator Sanders and Senator Warren, the most liberal senators in the United States Senate. Then all of the others reluctantly raised their hands because, we got to all appear woke on this Democrat debate. Another thing you'll be interested to know. Senator Harris was asked, would she outlaw private insurance in exchange for Medicare for all. All of the panelists, all of the candidates were asked that. All of them raised their hands. They would. Now, 1 or 2 days later on the show Morning Joe, one of the correspondents asked Senator Harris, they said, Senator Harris, are you really for outlawing private insurance? The twist in the wind, spineless political opportunist, Senator Harris said, no, I'm not for outlawing private insurance. I'm just simply for Medicare for all as an option. Well, he said, Madam, the moderator said outlaw private insurance. Oh, no, I must have misheard him. That's a quote from Senator Harris. This spineless woman who has absolutely no political pillars that she believes in, no platform that she'll stand on. She will sway whichever way the wind sways. Let me tell you something about Donald Trump, folks. Say whatever the fuck you want to say about him. Donald Trump tells you exactly what he thinks. And then you, as an informed voter, can say, I agree with Donald Trump or I disagree with him. How fucking refreshing is that? Yeah, I got to lower my voice.
Yeah, you don't want that work.
I'm sorry, G.
I'm at home. I can yell. You need to tone it down a little bit.
I'm all the way in the back.
Anyway,
I was hoping they could hear me.
All right, well, real quick, fatal dose of sage. To be clear, assault weapons were been in the 90s under assault weapon bans, and AR-15 is not an assault weapon. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. And RBR bringing the truth, he says. RBR Network for Women. No, Kamala being black will only alienate blacks afraid to leave the alley and street corner.
No idea what that means.
Nobody knows what it means.
Salute to RBR, man. Salute to RBR.
All right. Nick O says black men erasing racist sentences, not guns, is your issue.
What the hell do these people talk? What are they saying?
Oh, Nick, I don't know. Nick,
these are Democrats. These are Democrats.
Yeah, well, it's about to get interesting. We got some interesting super chats coming down because I saw Mike V dropped an interesting one that I want you to respond to. He says, Jesus for president.
Very
no, I'm good on that. I'm good on that. Let's see. Hopefully I didn't lose it. Hopefully I didn't lose them. Trying to find them. Give me 1 second. Aizen Sama came through the super chat. I appreciate all the support, fellas. Once again, if I haven't said it enough, I say it again. I appreciate all the support. He said the black vote was already divided because of feminism. The DP is for feminism and the RP is for white people. Black men don't have representation. That's interesting. I could. Damn it! I might need to screenshot that one because that's a show. That's a whole damn show. But yeah,
can I address that real quick?
Yeah, briefly, because Mike V said something I want you to address too.
Sure, real quick. You do know that the Republican Party was started in the South by blacks. You do know that in Texas, it was approximately 120 black men that started the Republican Party and approximately 30 whites. Same in the states of South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, Florida. You do know that from 1865 to the late 1950s, black people voted Republican. Also at a time when we had an 80% marriage rate. You do know that the Democrat Party started the Ku Klux Klan. Lincoln freed us in 1865. The Democrats created the Ku Klux Klan as their enforcement arm. The Ku Klux Klan is the beast man to the Democrat Skeletor. They are their henchmen that they used to intimidate and terrorize black people. You do know that state legislatures all across the South were filled with black male Republicans. The majority of the Republicans in legislatures all across the South were Republican. You ignorant leftist black people should shut your mouths. You don't know anything about the history of Republican and Black Americans. You don't. You should shut your mouths. Thank you.
Damn it, I wanted to move on, but now I got to ask a follow up to that. Now, what did you say about because a lot of people would argue that okay, that was then, that was history. Things have gradually changed. You know, some people make an argument that the parties flipped around completely. I don't know how much of that is accurate, but the fact of the matter is we are talking about the history of how the Republican Party started, how the Democratic Party started, how Black people were Republican, why they became liberal, and versus what liberals are doing today and what Republicans are doing today. Because if somebody identifies with the KKK, the alt-right, the Tiki Torch Squad, all of those people, they all voting Republican today. You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
So
I can address that. I'll be happy to address that. Senator Jesse Helms, Senator Strom Thurmond were part of a group of Democrats, Dixiecrats, who became Republicans because of what Lyndon Baines Johnson did with the civil rights legislation. You do know that Lyndon Baines Johnson said that I'll have these niggers voting Democrat for the next 200 years. You do know that 80% of Republicans voted for the civil rights legislation. You do know that, right? Of course you don't. There's so much that you don't know. Now, all we have to do is look at Black America before we started voting Democrat and after. Before we voted Democrat, we had a marriage rate of 80%. After, we have a marriage rate of 29%. Before, the vast majority of our children grew up in two-parent homes. Now, almost 80% of them grow up to unwed single mothers. I mean, if anybody wants to defend the Democrat Party, I need you to come up here and do it. I need you to do it against me face to face. I'm going to make you answer for 22 million abortions. I'm going to make you answer for the Democrat Party telling Black women it's okay to be obese. We will not body shame you. No fat shaming. We practice body positivity. I will make you defend feminists telling Black women that their men are inconsequential for the last 60 years, to the point Black women themselves now echo the fact that we don't need no man and we ain't listening to no man and ain't no man gonna control us. I need you to bring your pathetic ass up here and face me if you want to defend Democrat ideology. I will embarrass you, sir. I'm going to hurt your feelings. I warn you, I am a surgeon with the English language. I wanted to be an attorney when I was little. I used to watch Matlock with my grandmother, and I would go in the bathroom and I would argue the case in the mirror. My mother would knock on the door and say, "Who are you talking to?" This is before cell phones and stuff. So there's no reason for me to be talking in the bathroom, but I would argue the case in the mirror. And now I'm one hell of an orator. So you can come up and try to defend the Democrat Party if you want to.
All right.
Advise not to.
Now, we kind of moved on from what Mike V is talking about right here, but Mike V says, what you're chastising Black Lives Matter for is exactly what white terrorist organizations did in the South after imposing Jim Crow from 1865 to 1965. And yet you say nothing about that, though. So we kind of
hold on.
Yeah.
Let me read this. What you're chastising BLM is exactly what Weiss. I just talked about the Ku Klux Klan. What are you?
It was I think he typed that before we gradually segued into KKK and the history of the Democratic Party. So I will give him that point right there that we ended up talking about something that he super chatted. Excuse me. So but I don't know what wait, let's figure out
for the Democrats, sir. Or come up here and talk to me.
But what are you talking about for saying? What were you chastising Black Lives Matter for, and how is that similar to
I don't
white terrorist organizations?
I can't understand what Democrats say. I have trouble comprehending what they say oftentimes. But
Mike V, if you can explain that again, because I mean, the conversation moved on so far, we lost on what exactly do you mean by the thing that Black Lives Matter was being chastised for is similar to what white terrorist organizations did in the South. I really don't.
So you think
understand.
black conservatives agree with what white terrorist organizations when white terrorist organizations were attacking black Republicans? Let me give this Mike V fella some insight. Everybody loves to talk about.
Oh, wait. Easy, Mike V. I respect Mike V.
I'm not attacking him.
Okay, all
I'm
right.
not attacking him.
Okay, don't.
I know I'm not attacking him. I want to
stick to the stick to the merits of the points. Yeah, got respect for brother Mike V.
Bernard, that's exactly.
You sound like you was sitting. You was cocking back for.
No, I'm not going to attack him. I'll attack Democrats as a group, but I'm not going to attack individuals.
Gotcha. Okay, all right, cool.
You do know that in Tulsa, everybody loves to talk about Black Wall Street. You do know that every black man in that town that voted Republican. He would have had to. You do know that the men that came to burn down that community and murder those people out of jealousy for the advancements those brothers and sisters made, you do know those men would have voted Democrat because many of them were Klansmen and Klansmen were Democrats. You're never going to get around this. I'm going to put you in a corner. You can't escape history. You just can't. You can hate Republicans all day. You can hate the current iteration of the Republican Party all you want today. I've said repeatedly, I'm not a Republican because I take issue with many of their positions. I'm a registered independent and I'm a conservative. The Republican Party is not conservative. There is a conservative wing of the Republican Party, but in and of itself is not conservative. Come on, we gotta become more politically mature, people. Really. You get caught in your feelings, all these feelings, because you don't like somebody's political position, because you think they don't like black people. We're so preoccupied with who likes us and who doesn't. Every other racial group, many of these people more melanated than us, come here and they succeed in this free market system. They own businesses. They produce products that all of us buy. They provide services that all of us take advantage of. We patronize their businesses and they become successful. They have successful households, functional families. And what do? We march for jobs and justice. What do? We complain. We march with BLM, telling white people that we're going to take their houses from them. Well, like I said, folks, I know quite a few white folks. I know quite a few white folks with guns. I know quite a few white folks with money. And I want you to go try and take their guns, their homes, and their money. They're going to put rounds of 223 bullets dead in the middle of your heads. I wouldn't play with these folks, okay? I know you got MSNBC and CNN hyping you up. I know these people take the corpses of black men and use them for their own political expedience. But I would advise you strongly to pump the brakes and stop this foolishness. You are pulling us into a race war in this country. We represent approximately 14-50% of the population. We don't manufacture these guns. We don't control the electrical grid. We don't distribute food to different cities. You would be wise to stop this foolishness. But if you want, go ahead and vote for your Democrats. Go ahead and celebrate BLM. If you go to a website called Breitbart, they did a story several months ago. Well, a few months ago. I brought this up on several panels. No one has done a story on it, where a couple of homosexual black men were twerking for the police, shaking their asses for a line of policemen, while the BLM guys and ladies were celebrating and chanting and celebrating this wonderful display of, I don't know, black political power. I don't know what it is to have a couple of flabby-tittied, fat black men twerking for the police. This is what your Democratic Party represents. If you're comfortable voting for it, then go into the booth and do it. I want you to do it. I want you to pull that lever. Be like the 100 black men that wrote some article in some newspaper demanding that Joe Biden pick a black woman for his vice president. Good little black boys. Very good. Go ahead and do your super chats.
All right. Now I was on mute for a while. I was trying to jump in.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was on mute. Oh no. I love when you get on your little rants. Love when you get on your rants. You know how it go. How it go.
Appreciate it.
Brian McLaughlin says, "Don't forget Harris truancy law.
That's right. I forgot.
In jail. Also, there's no evidence she can attract independent white male voters, swing states, blue collar black men, white women, or Hispanics who are independent voters." Thank you for that, Brian McLaughlin. If you want to talk about the truancy law, hold your thoughts on that. The Thai City came through, aka the Logic Sphere, came through, said, what did conservatives, Republicans do to stop the rise of feminism? That one is interesting because feminism does not rise unless they get certain laws passed, and a lot of men did bend over when it came to a lot of that. So,
well, in defense of Republicans, and again, I don't ordinarily defend Republicans because I'm not one. The rise of feminism was largely on the left. Republicans sat back and watched feminists emasculate men, excoriate men. They watched them demand that women become part of the workforce. And you do know that Gloria Steinem was a CIA operative that they used to help not only to double the tax revenue for the United States, bringing women, into the workforce, but the ultimate goal was to take the parents away from the children. And taking the women out of the house and putting them in the workforce, the state now will be indoctrinating your children from the time they are born to the time they are an adult, because the state is going to have to care for your children since mommy and daddy are at work. You see, you got to open your eyes, folks. You got to become politically mature. Okay. Again, ever since I came on these panels about a month ago, I've been bashing the Democrats. Obsidian even jokes with me. Like, I'll call in his show on occasion, or I'll donate money to him, and he'll say, LilBigNate's gonna attack the Democrats, and I laugh about it, but yeah, man, that's what I attribute most of Black people's problems to, especially Black women. Your allegiance to Democrat and feminist ideology. It has ruined you. It has ruined you. I don't want to turn this into a conversation about Black women, but
well, I mean, it can. I mean, we kind of there by default if we're talking about Kamala Harris and her dividing. Is she going to divide the Black vote? Are Black men going to not vote for her and see the overall fuckery of them just getting her as a de facto fake Black figurehead just to try to get us to vote? That will probably get women. That will get Black women going there. It's either going to make Black men vote the other way or just stay home. One or the other.
I mean, I just want you to consider how absolutely low the opinion of Democrats is of Black Americans. Mm-hmm. To use Cardi B to appeal to you.
Right.
Simone Sanders telling Black men that their opinion, if it's unsolicited, keep your mouth shut, little boy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, dude, their contempt, it's obvious, it's overt. I don't know how anybody could go in and I don't know how any Black man could go pull a lever for a Democrat. I've asked this several times. I've asked this over the past 10 years of friends, acquaintances. Can you tell me one thing that the CBC, the Democrats in the legislature, in the Senate, name one law that they proposed to help and assist Black men specifically? I've yet to get an answer. Now, what the left is going to do, they're going to say, well, what have the Republicans done? And my answer to them will be nothing. We don't vote for them. If we voted for them, let me give you some insight. I'm not going to defend the Republicans, but I will defend Donald Trump. 13% of Black men voted for Donald Trump, which is amazing. In all honesty, that's unheard of in national elections. 13% of black men, they're expecting between 30, maybe even 40% of black men voting for Trump this go around. We'll see. And 4% of black women voted for Donald Trump. That's 17% of the black vote. And with 17% of the black vote, that man did the things that he did to directly benefit black Americans. Prison reform, police reform. The executive order he signed on that after George Floyd's murder. Funding of HBCUs. The lowering, and he brags about having the lowest unemployment rate for blacks in history.
Mm-hmm.
He brags about these things in front of crowds of 20, 30,000 white people. He brags about the things he's done for black Americans. Look, you all can take it. You can do whatever the fuck you want with it. I don't care. But any man that would get up like Trump did in 2016 and say, Black America, what do you have to lose? Your cities are run by Democrats. Your educational system is destroyed. Your homes are ruined. Your neighborhoods are inhabitable. What do you have to lose? Give me a chance. That's the kind of motherfucker I can work with. I don't give a fuck what none of you niggas say.
Black Wolf Inc. came through with a super chat. He said 19 presidents, Republican, almost 8 straight. Yeah, it was a run where it was nothing but Republicans winning. That is true. And also, that was something else I want to get into. It'll come back to me. Daniel Myrie says, LilBigNate, most of them aren't going to make it. They keep worrying about white people liking them. They are so insecure, bro. Keep doing your thing, brother. Thank you very much for that, Daniel Myrie, and thank you again.
Shout out Daniel Myrie. Appreciate that, bro.
Thank you, Black Wolf, as well. Also, we got a couple more that came through. Let's see. Nicholas Parkinson says conservatives got rid of ERA. That's interesting. Yes, it's a lot behind that. Right now, ERA would definitely help men. It was feminists who thought that it would help them back in the the 70s or whatever. But right now, feminists through, I guess, death by 1,000 cuts, everything that they wanted to get out of the ERA, they got it all individually. So right now, if the ERA went through, it would end up taking away a lot of the little things that they got. That feminists got, all their little small victories that add up to a lot of victories. The ERA would shut a lot of that down. And I hear the ERA is supposedly supposed to be coming back. And it's still some feminist true believers that really want it to come back, because they either don't realize that it's going to hurt them, or they still think that they're at a disadvantage. So the ERA, Equal Rights Amendment, will help them, but it's actually going to hurt them, because men will be able to take it to shit to the Supreme Court. Like, for example, the child custody. Yeah, well, it'll give us a tool to use if we want to make it the law of the land, 50-50 custody, no matter what, something like that. We'll be able to take that. We'll be able to sue if we feel like something is going wrong, or we're being done wrong, and we'll be able to take it to the Supreme Court and this or that, or it'll make things easier for men. It's going to hurt the whole feminist movement if the ERA goes through. So if the feminists are pushing for it, I'm not going to get in their way.
Let me, if I could,
go ahead. Hold on, real quick. Hold just thought. He said no fault divorce was created by conservatives by the name of Ronald Reagan. Yep. I mean, well, somebody else touched on that coming up. Oh shit. How do I say this? Conservatives created the feminism that they bitch about today.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Sure. Let me speak to this.
Nicholas Parkinson, thank you for that super chat too. It's real small. Give me 1 second. LilBigNate, Ronald Reagan supported feminist policies. Thank you for that super chat. He came through with another one, my man. He said PragerU types don't hold women accountable.
What's PragerU?
You know what PragerU is?
No, what's that?
Just type it in. Just type it in on YouTube. they make a lot of short videos. They have Candace Owens on there. It's like a little Republican.
Oh, okay.
I guarantee you've seen it. They buy ads. Yeah, a lot of their videos be having 5 million views. I guarantee you've seen it.
Okay, cool.
New came through. Don't let out the ERA secret, Bernard. Yeah, I need to shut up about that. Let them feminists do the work for us. But all right. Here we go. Go ahead, LilBigNate. You was trying to jump in on
yeah,
something.
y'all folks get those likes up. Continue to contribute to Bernard's platform.
Appreciate it.
I want to talk to like black people on the left for a minute. You know, the Hoteps.
No,
look, I'm not coming with no smoke. I don't go on people's panels starting trouble. I'm just going to speak from my heart.
Oh no, you can go after the Hoteps, like those ones. Just go ahead. Go ahead.
It's the Hoteps. It's the RBR types. It's the people who have white people. It's the black people who have white people living in their head rent-free 24 hours a day. I need you to listen to me, brothers and sisters. Stop worrying about white people, please. You know, you on the left accuse us, black conservatives or right-leaning black people, thinking black men, you accuse us of trying to be white people. You know, it was adolescent children who would mock the young black boy who's reading a book versus playing basketball. They would say he's trying to be white. The black girl who spoke proper English in class was trying to be white. And we excuse this because these were ignorant little children. Now, as adults, you are a bunch of ignorant adult children accusing people who live their life by conservative principles of trying to be white. This is so stupid. It's so pathetic. You're so weak. Your inadequacy drips from your lips every time you talk about this issue. Your lack of confidence in you being a black man drips from your fucking lips, man. It's pathetic. It's cowardice. I compete against white men. Oftentimes I win. Sometimes I lose. When I lose, I don't automatically attribute it to racism. I develop talents and skills. I'm a blue-collar tradesman that learned auto damage repair. I have a checkbook I can write $50,000 checks out of. And I deal with all of these redneck white body shop owners in the South who have nothing but the utmost respect for me because I know this business and you're not going to get any bullshit by me. I operate with excellence. That's what I try to do. I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I've made sure that I've focused on becoming a quality, high-level black male, okay? And if you are incapable of doing that, for whatever reason, don't blame me. Don't blame black conservatives. Don't blame black men who don't want to buy into this leftist filth, this barbarism that we see in the fucking streets, where people on MSNBC make excuses for people breaking into Tesla dealerships saying, well, maybe these people need food. Maybe they need clothing. They're poor. What the fuck can you find in a Tesla dealership that's going to feed your family? Many of these people looting are in brand new Jordans and Bape sweaters. Shut your fucking mouth. You sound like a fool. I'm trying to be white because I have a set of principles that undergird my life that make success all the more probable. It's no guarantee. Nothing is. But living by these principles of traditional family values, hard work, delayed gratification, stick-to-itiveness, patriarchy, all these wonderful conservative principles have helped me become successful in spite of the fact I'm a black man, in spite of the fact I'm a single father, in spite of the fact I don't have a college degree. You have your fucking nerve trying to suggest I want to be a white man. Come up on here and say that to my face. I dare you. That's it, Bernard.
Jedi Mac. All right. I guess when you were talking about how you compete with white men every day and you win some and you lose some, and you talk about how you're in business and you know that business inside and out, and those white men in the South, they respect you because they know they can't pull no bullshit over on you, and because you're out competing many of them.
Absolutely.
Jedi Mac then turns around to say, dude, what do you have to compete against whites as a collective? You want to know what that's really
that doesn't
saying?
even make any sense. How could I compete against somebody as a collective?
Exactly. That's
what you get when you talk to Democrats, man. Jesus.
That ain't even no. I think that's more. Well, he's probably a Democrat, but that's more that pro-black talk.
It's this
it's the same,
Bernard. It's this sickness that I don't look. If I get this incorrect, forgive me. But I believe I was on your panel or someone's panel, and a guy named Panther God. If I got this wrong, Panther God, I apologize, because there were so many people on the panel. But one of the gentlemen said, "We are at war. We are a man that's at war with another man." I'm not at war with anybody, sir. I'm at war with my own procrastination. I'm at war with my own insecurities. That's all I'm at war with. My own issues. I'm not at war with white America. I'm sorry. I'm not. Are there a group of elite Caucasians who work against the interests of black people? I do believe that. I do believe that there are a group of social scientists. This is some tinfoil hat stuff, folks. But I do believe that there are a group of elites and social scientists that do their social experimentation first on the black man and woman of this country. I do believe that. I've seen proof of that. I'm not going to go into right now.
Yeah, we're not doing. I'm
not going to do that right now.
Not doing the tinfoil hat series. But overall, what Jedi Mac is talking about, it's a bullshit. It's like no matter what you're doing, no matter how hard you're working, no matter how much you're competing and out competing and winning the game,
the white man
that you compete against, he's basically saying, well, this is how I interpret the collective thing when he says compete against whites as a collective. He's basically saying, because you don't got as much money and power as Jeff Bezos, that's why then you're less than now, and you ain't doing shit. Like that's what a lot of black women do. I'll go ahead and say her name. We talked about her last time me and you was on here. That's really the Cynthia G argument. No matter what black men are doing, they want to point to the top percent, the bottom 1% of the top 1%ers, and call that the collective of white people, the collective of white wealth, the collective of white power. And if we're small in comparison to Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates,
I mean,
money, if we're nowhere near Bezos and Bill Gates money, then we're small, we're infinitesimal, we're nothing. That's essentially where this argument is coming from, where you're just speaking from a space that a man can get up in this free country and bust his ass and do what he got to do to make it. Can start a business, can work hard, can work his ass off, can work even if he got to go work his ass off for the man during the day and run his business at night and sleep 2 hours. He can get up and do that. That's what you're speaking to. But he's saying, yeah, but the collective of white people, basically saying the top 1% of 1%ers own so much of the wealth in this country. You know what? 99%, the 99 or 95% of white people, they don't own that wealth, and they barely benefit from that wealth. That's why it was a Occupy Wall Street movement. That's why it was a 99% movement, because the average everyday white person felt like they weren't getting a piece of all that wealth that you're talking about, that you're calling the collective of white people, as if all the money and power is evenly distributed amongst every white person.
I know,
and they wield it. Then they wield that power over us. Like, no, that ain't how it is. There are a small percentage of really rich white people at the top, and they make decisions in their own best interest to stay rich. That's what they do. All the white people in the bottom and all the black people, all the white people in the middle, all the black people in the middle are just people that got to roll up their sleeves and fight to try to get to the top. And most of the time you're going to fail, but if you keep at it, you're going to end up in a decent place. That's just how it is in America.
This is what, and I would suspect this is what you're teaching that young man in the picture, Bernard, correct?
Yeah, that's what I was talking to. Yeah,
No. The young man in your picture.
Oh, yeah.
You see, Bernard's son is going to grow up to be like mine. He's not going to worry about his skin color. He's going to know that if he develops his talents and his skills, he gets whatever certifications and training he's supposed to get. He's going to walk in there with his shoulders back, his chest out, and he's going to compete. Might he lose? Sure. We all are going to lose at some point. We wouldn't know what winning is if we didn't lose sometimes. But Jedi Mac and others like him are letting white people live in their heads rent free. And you need to stop it. You really do. We are poisoning our sons and daughters' minds, telling them this shit. This is what happens when you grow up with, unfortunately, a bunch of black single unwed mothers as your custodial parent. You're going to have a mind of a defeatist. And this is not true of all black single mothers. Not all, but unfortunately, most. Most is anything over 50%. And I think we're at a place now where most black unwed single mothers are filling their children's minds with this lunacy. When people that are darker than us come here and they achieve magnificent feats of economic success, of business ownership, family dynasties, and we're busy running around in white people's neighborhoods with BLM telling them we need to take your houses. Are you fucking kidding me?
Melody, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. And Jedi Mac responds and says, Bernard, we have no infrastructure as a collective. I need y'all to explain. I need y'all to really explain what that means. I'm going to use a Bill Gates example. There's a Microsoft building. Even though, shareholders and the committee, the board and all of that, who the fuck knows who really truly owns the shit? But let's just follow the logic. Bill Gates owns a bunch of shit. How does that help or benefit the average white person as a collective? They don't own that as a collective. Michael Jordan owns the Charlotte Bobcats. How is that helping you collectively? How is that helping black people collectively? If rich individuals own some shit, there's no such thing as owning collective infrastructure. If I bought a business today, or if the business that I run outside of the YouTube thing, if I went and bought a building, that would be some infrastructure, because right now I rent space for it. But if I went and bought a building to do that business in, okay, then I would own some infrastructure. That's not black people collectively.
I'd like to address this
structure. If I owned a multi-million-dollar business, that's not black people collectively owning some infrastructure. That's me owning some infrastructure. Now, what I would definitely do and intend to do is hire as many black people as possible. That's an argument that can be made, that black people need to own more vertical businesses so they can hire more black people. Now we're talking about something that makes sense, that's well defined. But to say we have no infrastructure as a collective, as if there's some infrastructure out there that Mexican Americans own, and they all own it as a collective. It's like y'all are just saying words.
It's nonsense, Bernard. Jedi Mac, white people do not collectively own infrastructure. You have access to the same infrastructure. If you produce a widget for $2 and you sell it to 50,000 people for $10, you will find a transporter who will distribute your widgets, sir. They won't take the Jedi Mac widget and say, no, this widget was made by a black man. We're not going to distribute this widget. This is the problem with you leftists, you Democrats, you socialists, you Marxists, and you communists. This is the problem with you. You think all white people are gathering collectively to do harm to you. Most white households are trying to pay their mortgage, trying to keep their son off methamphetamines, and trying to keep their daughter from getting pregnant. That's what most white households are doing. White men make $50,000 a year on average. Black men make 40. Black people have $1.2 trillion. I said this the other day on, I think, Mr. Fantastic's panel. I've been on so many fucking panels. $1.2 trillion come through our hands. How many vertical black businesses are you aware of that can hire 100 individuals? There's not many. So where are we getting the $1.2 trillion? That's a part of our income and our buying power. Where are we getting it from, Jedi Mac? We're getting it from these racist white people. Let me tell you something about white folks. And look, I've dealt with tons of them on a business level, okay? I represent the insurance company. They represent their business. We haggle over money. Sometimes thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars is at stake. White people care about money. They care about green. The vast majority of white people will buy your products or your services if they are of quality. Let me prove this to you. I drive all over the state of South Carolina, going to my claims. I'll go to little towns in Spartanburg and Florence and Dillard and Lake City, in Anderson, you name it. I'm going around driving through these towns. And there'll be these little fried chicken shacks, these little barbecue spots, you know, the kind of place that hasn't spent $1 on renovations in 30 years. A lot of them will be owned by black couples, black men and women.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's one in Chester that I like to go to, Chester, South Carolina. They have a little lunch, you know, you can pick from what you want, put it on your plate. So many meats, so many starches, so many veg is a price. Every time I go into one of these places, I make it my business not to always eat there. I can't always eat there. But I'll make it my business to stop, slow down, and maybe look inside. Do you know that most of the patrons in these businesses are white? Outside will be parked $70,000, $80,000 GMC Yukon Denali's, Mercedes, BMWs. Because these these well-to-do white people want a quality product, and they go get it from these black men and women. Maybe you should consider becoming valuable through whatever skills you have, through whatever talents you have, or through whatever products you could develop. Then bring those products, those services, those talents to market and see what you can get for them. If they're of quality, white people will give you their money. That's what I'm about to do.
Well, just to piggyback on that, and I apologize if I misrepresent Brother Xavier from the Prophet of Thought series. He's a mechanic. He's has an auto shop. He's a mechanic. And I think I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he said he moved his business, you know, further down the road into the white area, and he got an all black crew. You know, he hires only black men, but most of the customers are white people coming in there to get their car fixed. And of course, black people come in there too. But he was in the, I think he said he started out on the black side of town and business was slower. So, you know, he wanted to move a little further, you know, out a little bit. So he moved out to a more whiter side of town, and he's offering a product and service, and offering a good product and a good service, and that people are buying it. It's about green, and it's about the product that you offer. That's what it's about. Now, most businesses, it's true. Hold on, real quick, LilBigNate. Most businesses do end up failing. That is true. So I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's easy. The shit is hard. The shit is I'm not saying that it's just some easy, quick turnaround thing that you can do. Then just
it's easy.
All the floodgates. What'd you say?
It's easy for white people, of course. You know?
Well, not really, because when they talking about I don't know if the stat is 50% or 90%. I forgot completely of businesses that fail within the first 6 to 9 months or something like that.
Yes,
That's all businesses, white and black.
Yes, sir.
So we look at the major companies, white businesses, or we call them, we look at the major companies, the multi-million-dollar. You just ride through a neighborhood, you're gonna see a Walgreens, not through a neighborhood, but through a business area. You might see a Walgreens, a Planet Fitness, a Kroger, and all of that. Like, yeah, we see those big businesses like that that are owned by, no doubt, top 1% millionaires and everything. And we look at that and we say, oh, look at white people. But no. The average small white business on the ground is going to fail, is going to struggle. It's not just some automatic thing. Business is hard. It is tough. It is a rough and tumble game out there, but it's a game that can be played and can be won.
Judge Zilla, I swear to God, Judge Zilla, Zero, and SKC are the manosphere trolls of the decade.
They're funny as hell. They're funny as hell.
Oh my God, they're hilarious, man. I hope that Zero interview is coming soon, Bernard. I really do.
Well, yeah. Well, me and Zero, we do a series. I said when we do a series, when we talk about feminism, I said we're gonna open up and start out with him doing an impression. So I don't know if he's gonna do an impression of somebody or invent the character, or just he good at doing impressions, and he good at just inventing characters too. So I don't know which one we're gonna do. We're gonna do one of them. I don't know if he's gonna bring out. Yeah, probably get him to bring back out Romperius Jackson or somebody. I forgot the first name. I think it might have been Johnny McShortcock or something like that. I
don't know. Oh man, let me get back on topic. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's cool. It's cool. Hey, if you got time, man, we can get off topic and get back on it. And
I'm gonna give you a little bit longer, Bernard. A little bit longer.
Oh no, we good.
All right. So let's talk about Miss Harris. Let's talk about sexual assault for a minute.
Uh-oh.
Now, there are 8 women. And look, I'm privy to the people that have accused President Trump of sexual assault also. But let's deal with Joe Biden for a second. Joe Biden has had 8 women come forward and accuse him of sexual assault or inappropriate touching. Okay. Now, when Kamala Harris was campaigning for the presidency of the Democrat Party, she was asked, "Do you believe these women?" She said, "I always believe women when they make claims of sexual abuse." That's what she said. Okay. This is before she suspended her campaign. Okay. Now, a few days ago, she was asked about what she said during the debates about always believing women and how can she pair up with Joe Biden if she believes these women. Do you know what this spineless woman said? This woman who stands on no principles whatsoever. She said, well, those were the debates. That's politics. That was her response to women supposedly being sexually assaulted and her standing with them. I guess you can only stand with them when you're running for the presidency, and when you're vying for the vice presidency, it doesn't really matter that much, I guess.
Right.
Wow. Right. Wow. Let's see. What else do I have?
You flipping through your notes out there.
Notes, yes, sir.
Yeah, get those likes up while Nate is going through his notes. We got 350 people in the building, and I haven't even checked on the likes not one time today. So we had 141 likes. We could definitely get that up to at least 180. Let's go ahead and get that up. I'm seeing a timeout party that took place. I'm looking at
with who?
I don't know what's going on. Commander Gore timed out by, I think that's Ben D'Souza or Ben somebody that timed him out. Let me see if it was warranted. I don't know what he said. I think it's old too. I think it was Wise Man. I don't know if I read your comment. I think I let it get by me. He says, I think the brother meant pooling our resources as black people to create a monopoly where black people can flourish. Yeah, I think that's a good thing. That's generally a good thing. I think y'all, a lot of y'all say that white people do that probably more than what they actually do. I think I mean, when people talk about that, they talk about it from a perspective like it's going to be some large overhauling collective thing when people do that. But no, really what it is an individual who's business minded may get with just a few other people who got similar ideas, goals, views, and values, and they may just work together, you know, and end up building something. That's not the collective of black people pulling their resources together. Like you're not going to find. I mean, yeah, I'm open to be proven wrong on this, but I don't know if you're going to find something where thousands of white people put in on something. Because if thousands of people put in on something, then it's the that's not good business. The profits are going to be so small when it come time to divvy them up. So it'll be impossible to get proper return on that. So I mean, I don't think that's how it worked. I always use the Sam Walton example when he started, Walmart and Sam's Club. He started out with just a little small corner store and he grew it to a bigger corner store. He wasn't thinking about the collective of white people. He was just trying to make money. And as his businesses got bigger, those stores but turned into superstores, he started closing down a lot of white small businesses because he was putting his big ass businesses with everything cheaper, bought at a lower wholesale price, so he could sell it for cheaper. He put a lot of white businesses out of business.
Very true.
So he wasn't really thinking about the universal collective of white people. He put a lot of white business owners out of business and hired a lot of white people to work for him for minimum wage. So are we really talking about a cutthroat enterprise when we talk about white businesses being built? I mean, I'm not seeing that one where white people just, yeah, let's come together and do this for the community. Like, no, it was some cutthroat savage businessmen who built some amazing shit and made a lot of money. I mean, they did it for money. It was, if they happened to hire a lot of people along the way, and by the way, hired people of all races. I can go to the local Walmart around here. I see just as many black people working in there as white people.
I see more black people working I go to.
Yeah, you borged a little bit right there. So no, I mean I think that's a overused concept. Let's sources together. I mean, that's good. I mean, that's something that you do in small groups, If I got, $20,000 put away and Nate got $25,000 put away, and him and somebody else who got $15,000, and we all got a good business idea, and we can use that money to get X number of products at a really good wholesale price if we buy it in bulk, and then use a portion of that money to put down on to sell whatever products. That's three men coming together to run a business.
Brother Bernard dropped off again. I'll keep things going until he hops back on. Let's go back to, well, actually, let me address Jedi Mike. He put in the comments that white people are on code and black people are not, and I agree with him. We are not on code. But the question becomes, what is the code? What should the code be, Jedi Mac? Should it be us marching and begging for jobs? Should it be us going through white people's communities, telling them we're going to take their houses from them? My neighbor, my next door neighbor is black. Bernard, he said, "Go without me, StreamYard tripping again." He'll be back shortly. The neighbor next to my neighbor is a white couple, an elderly couple named the Teagues. When I first moved into my house about 9 years ago, my son's birthday was about a month after we moved in, and I put some balloons up on the tree that's in my front yard. And the Teagues like to walk around the community, so they saw all the children playing. Some of my family came up, and this elderly white couple came to my door and introduced themselves. And said that we're your neighbors. So I invited them in. Miss Teague sat down. Mr. Teague left, oddly enough, for some reason. So I gave Miss Teague a piece of cake, and, she's laughing with the children, all these beautiful children in the neighborhood. I live in a beautiful community, man. It's about 60% white, 40% black. Everybody works hard, mows their lawn, disciplines their children. I don't want to take my neighbor's house from them. I just don't. I'm sorry. If that makes me a coon, send me the t-shirt. I'll be happy to wear it. Well, so Miss Teague is laughing. She's talking to my mom and a couple other folks. And then Mr. Teague comes back. He walks in about 30, 45 minutes later. He's got an envelope in his hand, and he hands it to my son. He says, "Here, little fella," and he pats him on the back. These people that I had never met before bought my son a birthday card and gave him $40 cash. Now, does that mean all white people are great and wonderful? No. But if I can't deal with white people on an individual basis and just judge them for who they are and how they treat me, that's just not something I can do. I'm not going to march through other white people's communities. And I guarantee you there's black people in that community also. And demand to take from them the private property that they've worked to earn. I'm not one of these black conservatives that absolve America and white America of her evils. I don't do that. But I also am not going to attribute every black problem to racism. Only a fool would do that. I was on a panel, I think it was Bernard's, and I said, the top 10 problems in Black America, if we were to list them, racism would be number 11. Zero yelled out, it would be number 111. And you know what? I think he might be right. He might be more right than I am. But just to be nice, I'm going to say it's number 11. Obsidian says that the most pressing problem in Black America is not white racism. It's the fact that black men and women don't get along. And I agree with him there. It's the truth. We have so many more bigger problems as a people than white racism, man. These white folks are living in your head. They are controlling every move you make. They got you all apprehensive about taking chances and risks in life. And unfortunately, I can probably blame much of it on your mother. And I'm going to blame it on the people that I always blame it on, these filthy fucking Democrats, leftists, socialists, and feminists. That's who's filled our heads with this pollution that has us thinking that we're supposed to be begging people for things, that we're entitled to things. Look, the issue of reparations, we can discuss that. You'd be surprised to know I think black people are due them, just not in the form of some goddamn check. No, sir. That's another program. I don't absolve anyone of the evil they do, including myself. We have to hold all of us accountable. The problem primarily with black women is that for the last 50 years, no one has held them accountable. And you see what they've become. And I'm not attacking you, black women. I'm not. But you have to look at yourselves. The information, the academic research, the empirical data, it all condemns you. It condemns your behavior. And I got in like a back and forth with Edward Anderson once. I said that black women are not inherently bad. Oh, here we go. Hey, Bernard.
Yeah, no, carry on right where you at. I was listening. I was able to hear most of what you said when I was down. I don't know what's going on with StreamYards, but yeah, carry on. I heard most of what you said, so carry on.
Okay, all right. I don't believe black women are inherently bad. They've been made that way. They have been ruined by feminist and Democrat doctrine. It has destroyed them. Where else would a woman get the idea that she does not need a man? Where else would a woman get the idea she's not supposed to have some level of control exercised over her life by a man. A man can't keep a woman safe if he can't exercise some modicum of control over her. All this fucking lunacy that these black women vomit from their mouths, it all comes from Democrat and feminist ideology. They have pledged their allegiance to them. They are the most stalwart supporter of the Democrat Party. And it has ruined them. The American black woman is largely ruined. 60 to 70% of them, there's nothing anyone is going to be able to do with them. I'm sorry. If you think this makes me, oh, you hurt, who hurt you? Your mama black, you gay, whatever, sweetheart, whatever. I'm fine with that. None of that negates the data. The data condemns you. The data does not condemn the majority of black men. In this country that we complain so much about, 64% of black men are in the middle class. We're doing quite well, folks. Regardless of to what RBR, the Hoteps, the leftists may tell you, black men are doing well. Can you imagine how much better we would do if we had the right mindset? If we took away this defeatist thinking that so many of us suffer from? Do you have any idea how successful we'd be? We're the most creative people on the planet. We really are. Go ahead, Bernard, man. Go ahead and chime in with you. I got to stop myself because
no, you're good. You're good.
No, I got to stop myself because I like go in a completely different direction for 45 minutes. So
no, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Let's see. I'm trying to look through the chat, see if I missed some super chats or anything when I was away. I don't think I missed anything.
Brother Xavier had a super chat.
Oh yeah, that's right, Brother X. Thanks for coming through with that. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't. Do you got any more notes or anything on Kamala Harris? We're gonna do one more, then we're gonna open it up. I know J.I. said open it up for the pushback. So people
sure. I would love it.
Come and challenge you.
I can give you probably 30, 45 more minutes. I gotta head
out. Okay. Well, in that case, if you only got 30, 40 more minutes, then I'm going to drop the link right now. Then, and then so that way we will have some time for the pushback.
Sure.
So, yeah. Well, I guess you can, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and hit the other thing.
Sure. The last thing was, Senator Harris gave an impassioned testimony of how she was a little girl being bussed into, certain neighborhoods. She attacked Joe Biden with this. She, quote, said, "You're friends with segregationists and racists." I'm assuming she was talking about Senator Byrd. I don't know. There's plenty of senators. Senator Jesse Helms, Senator Strom Thurmond. Senator Byrd is a Democrat who was a knight of the Ku Klux Klan. Then, of course, she flip-flops and now is on his team. I don't understand this. I don't understand, quote unquote, political expediency. I don't understand changing like what should be closely held beliefs and being able to just abandon them so you can get someone's vote. I just don't understand that. In my closing, what makes Kamala Harris and Vice President Joe Biden such a beautiful pairing is that based on Joe Biden's co-authoring of the 1994 crime bill, which put hundreds of thousands of black men in jail, and Senator Kamala Harris's history with Mr. Truelove, with keeping people in jail longer than they should have for minor marijuana offenses, they both have a deep-seated love of putting black men in jail. Thank you, folks, for listening. It's your boy, LilBigNate.
All right. Jalen Roddy in the building with a super chat. He says, if anyone comes to the panel to defend Democrats, ask them to defend Billy Bussy Porter. What is Bussy?
It's a boy pussy. Boy pussy. Billy Porter is a famous homosexual that's been put up
I know he'd be on
magazines. Yeah.
Yeah, I asked the question before. What does he do? I know who Billy Porter is.
He's a failed actor. He does nothing. He's
Yeah,
gay. That's why he's put up for us to idolize and emulate. That's
I
why.
said, other than wear dresses on red carpets, what does he do?
That's all a black man has to do, Bernard.
I could not figure out what does he do? What is his claim to fame? I didn't know he was an actor. I just found out today.
Failed actor, Bernard. Failed actor. That's what he is.
Yeah, somebody just said I'm out of the loop because I didn't know what Bussy was. I want to be out of that loop.
Thank you.
That's the loop I want to be in. I hear women online calling men, using that term in reference to men, but they use it so indiscriminately. The ones that use it, the definition got lost. But I did know that it was in some way referencing a man's sexuality, but they tend to use it quite often on men that aren't gay. So I just was like, okay, I don't even know what the fuck this is anymore. Okay, cut to the chase says he's a Broadway actor. Okay, all right. So y'all know a little bit about him. I didn't. I want to be out of the Billy Porter loop.
Absolutely. And also the Vern Cox loop too.
I don't need that. But anyway, as you see right there on the screen, it says hit the like button, subscribe, share, Cash App. And speaking of Cash Apps, Jedi Mac, thank you for the Cash Apps. I appreciate that. And another person, I don't know whose government name I don't want to say. I want to see if it's another name on the Cash App in real quick. I hear some background noise. I think that might be you.
That was me, my bad. No, it was me. My bad.
Okay, all right, yeah. Mute up for a second.
Why you blaming me, Bernie?
If you can. You just came up. It was no background noise.
It was me.
You came up, then it was background noise. How was I not supposed to blame you?
My man, Nice. What's up?
Yeah, Mary.
What's good?
Yeah, Mary Weather, Mary Witt. That's Mary Whither. Mary Weather 17. I'll just say that. Mary Weather 17. Thank you for the Cash App as well. Appreciate you, brothers. All right, Sir Tice, you heard the conversation. You heard the diatribe of LilBigNate. So yeah, you can go ahead and weigh in. I take it you probably agree with it. And thank you, Melody, for following directions. She put the likes and the strong arm and the money right there. She got rid of all them damn Valentine's Day hearts. Shit. She's a good listener. She's a good listener. But all right.
I like when pretty women put up hearts. Shit.
First of all, good morning, Bernie. Salute, LilBigNate. It's not whether it's about I agree per se. Me and Nate pretty much in agreement on this. I do have some pushback for how he does his message, but sticking with the topic. But we'll get to that. Just let me go uninterrupted for a second.
Gotcha.
This whole thing with Kamala Harris and the hysteria is one thing that I noticed that isn't addressed in these spaces that I think we need to address this more. And this is the social media impact. I don't know if you've ever heard of this called the 99-1 rule. Basically, 90% of people, it said on Twitter and Facebook, are lurkers. 9% of the people are just forwarding, or what do you call that? Sharing content. And 1% of the people are creating. I'm not speaking of YouTube content creators. I'm speaking of how these messages come out, because I find it hilarious how 6 months ago, Kamala Harris, after her ridiculous Breakfast Club interview, was just a pariah. And now I see every AKA got pictures of the White House in pink and green. And I'm like, this is how you judge and this is how you evaluate your politics. But the point I'm making in just saying that is that when you factor in that the way the algorithm is, that you're only seeing content that tends to agree with you or that you disagree with that come in your feed, I think that this move or this pick, I mean, this is my tinfoil hat coming in. The Democrats know that they weren't going to win with this pick. If they wanted to have a good chance, they should have picked someone like Tulsi Gabbard. But Tulsi Gabbard... Wait,
hold on. Man, my voice sounded funny. We got to go down this tinfoil hat alley for a little bit. Yeah, you're saying the Democrats pick somebody of which they knew that they were not going to win. So what's your tinfoil hat theory on why the Democrats don't want to win?
I don't want to say why they don't want to win as what they're setting up for, they're planting seeds for in the future. Right now, let's be honest, this whole woman president thing, that's still, I mean, we still have, people forget, this is the one thing, and people's, I got to say this, I'm going to go off, but I'm going to stick with this tinfoil thing. People forget that the reason why the Republicans do tend to win federal elections is that it isn't because the poor white trash resonates with the Republicans. It's just they'd rather choose that train versus the leftist train. You see what I'm saying? So the Democrats know that Biden, who's on his last leg, could potentially, transition on should he get elected. They're not going to use no Kamala Harris there. They also know that, as I said to you in a super chat, that she sways no undecideds whatsoever. The people that were going to vote for Democrat or vote for her, they were going to vote for her regardless. She doesn't bring anything. And that's the main reason, if you're really trying to win an election, whether like Trump got Mike Pence, and I think Pence is from Indiana. That was a very key state. If you want to go back historically, the reason why John F. Kennedy got the racist Lyndon Baines Johnson, he needed to win Texas, and he only won it by 1%. The point I'm making is that very often a VP choice is to get a swing state. California was going to go Democrat, and I don't think it's gone Republican. I can't say when. Democrat. Yeah, it hasn't gone Republican in God knows how long. So politically, it may make social media noise amongst Black people who now want to claim a chick who never claimed being Black, but it means much of nothing. That's what I'm saying. I have more to add, but go ahead and follow up with that.
All right. Counselor Murray says Democrats using the same old playbook. I see. Making individual good life decisions is the only way to win, not a politician. Good point there. Dems exploiting people's emotions again. Go ahead, LilBigNate, if you want to respond to anything Sir Ty said or this super chat. I don't know if you still with us?
No. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, I know if you were still with us or not. You was quiet for a minute, but yeah, you can go ahead and respond to anything Sir Ty said or anything. On the screen.
No, I agree for the most part with what he said. To me, what's most offensive is how cynical it is. I'm going to get this quote unquote Black woman to be my vice president. I'm going to appear on Charlemagne the God. I'm going to go talk to Cardi B. I talk to no one of any consequence in the Black community. No one with, the majority of their brain cells working properly.
Right.
This is what's going to get Black people to vote for me. Cardi B, Charlemagne the God, and this woman who doesn't even claim to be Black most of the time. Just the cynicism of these people, the lack of respect,
Hey Nate, let me jump in right there. I remember the pushback I had for you. It's not necessarily pushback. You're not going to win these people over anyway, but I'm amazed that I'm the only one on the panel with as much shit that was being talked in the chat. But let me first say to this, I'm not going to call him, I'll just say this. To the gentleman who called the guest an Uncle Tom, I would suggest you read the book called Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. It was about a Black man named Josiah Henson. But you see, when you don't know your history, you confuse Uncle Tom with Sambo. You see, Uncle Tom is something to be admired. He was an abolitionist in this, and you can look this up yourself. But these white people got a hold of your history, and you believe that victim-minded state. So whenever a guy like you speak, you get told you're talking Republican points, or you talking this, or this is bullshit, this old Uncle Tom ass nigga. I'm not going to say you have to tailor in a way that they can understand, because people who don't even know that story, hell, it was on a Jefferson's episode. That was back in the 70s or 80s. I don't know if you're going to sway these people. They're more attracted to, like I said, pink and green, White Houses, AKAs for Kamala, the brothers. If you ain't voting for Kamala Biden, you ain't Black. That kind of low level shit appeals to them. So that's my take there.
I hear you, Sir Tice, and I'm not trying to necessarily change anybody's mind. You vote for who you want to vote for. Bernard approached me about doing the show, and I'm going to oblige Brother Bernard when he wants me to come on and do a show. So look, you folks everybody should vote for who they want to. I'm a conservative. I believe in your freedom to pick the political leader that you feel will best represent you. And if you want, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say because the homie Perfect Blackness just posted that. Bernie, I'll let you read that because I want to.
Yeah, Perfect. I'm not voting for either candidate. Neither would be good for Black America. I'm keeping my vote local, but Harris guarantees a loss for the Dems. What are your thoughts on that one?
My take is very simple, and salute to the homie Perfect Blackness.
Mm-hmm.
I think that for it blows me away. People act like they're in politics every 4 years, but there's Senate elections, there's local elections every year or every 2 years, that really could sway things, and they don't give a shit about it. I'm not saying this doesn't apply to Perfect Blackness, but I say that to say this. Some people just vote for the candidate that represents their best interest, and they don't give a shit about their personality. Case in point, I have a small business, okay? This administration's policies are more beneficial for me. Sorry, it's a truck coming here.
I can barely hear it. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. This administration's policies is more beneficial me as a business owner than what I see typically with Democrats. It's that simple. Everybody's going to be out for their self-interest. Let me add one more thing, because I'm going to go slightly off of this. You had a comment in the chat that said, because this is why Democrats are so appealing, I believe, to us. It's very simple. Not just the Great Society Act of 1964, but free stuff. So they hear free. I think you guys talk free college, free this, and
healthcare.
Right. And one of the brothers in the chat said, Iceland and Finland, you can go there for free. So I always like to rebut to these people. Do you know what those countries' tax rates are? And usually it's I don't know or I don't care. So Iceland is, let me look at it. I wrote this down. Iceland is 48%. Finland is 53%. There's nothing for free. Okay. Can you imagine 53% of what you make on personal income, regardless of what you make, being just taken away so someone can go to college for free? No, things have a cost.
Well, you would think that would be basic logic, but these leftists and these Democrats, how could somebody tell you that something like college would be free and you believe them?
But isn't looting reparations, dog? I mean, that's what I've heard.
Oh my God, there was that BLM. There's a BLM organizer. Her name is Miss Atkins. A Miss Atkins said that looting and stealing is part of what is owed to us. These people need food and clothes. Amazing, dude. It's terrifying what we see going on in these streets. And you see MSNBC and CNN telling you, oh, there's nothing to see here. These are all peaceful protesters. While dozens of businesses and cars and people's personal property burns. Gotcha.
Yeah, Byron Randall, something real interesting in the chat that I do gotta try to get into. But Byron Randall says, "Much love, Bernie. LilBigNate. Where's the channel?" I think that's coming at some point in the future.
Coming soon, Joe. Coming soon.
All right, a couple. Hold on, real quick. A couple things in the chat. J.I. says, "Pull up to Prophet of Thought channel Wednesday night to catch my debate with Psychopatheist. Topic: should men have financial abortion?" I actually did a show on that one. Wow. I'm still kind of divided. I'm divided on that one. So, and I did a show on it and was still divided after the show. Yeah, so that should be a good one. I like Psychopatheist too. I disagree with him on a lot of things. He came on the program one time. Had a passionate but respectful conversation. So he keeps it passionate and respectful. So I appreciate Psychopatheist. Let's see where we at. It was another one that I do want to get y'all response on. Rowdy Bennett responding to Black Wolf and myself, I suppose. Well, he says white women may feel some way regarding biracial women as VP or president. They will follow their husband. Now, Black Lives Matter afraid white people with the anarchy, chaos, and Marxism. I don't know if that was the one I meant to read because, well, he touched on something. Well, this is the part that jumped out to me. I'm not even going to deal with the anarchy, chaos, and Marxism, but what jumped out to me is, do y'all think that white women will feel some type of way, seeing as there's never been a white president, a white female president, or a white female vice president? Do you think they will feel some type of way voting for Joe Biden and putting into office the first female vice president to be a non-white female vice president? Do you think that they may feel some type of way about that?
Why didn't they vote for Hillary? 55% voting for Trump.
Ding.
So I think that lets you know, how they feel, how they overall feel about that. But go ahead.
I'll say this to this point. Damn, I can't believe we're the only one still up. I thought I was going to get some pushback. With that, I just lost my train of thought. But regarding, damn, I just lost my train of thought again based on, the white woman, the white woman. Most women will follow their husband's political leanings or ideology. Submissive women. There you go. You're going to rarely have a house where there's two differing political philosophies. And I know people pick that Jim Carville and whatever his wife name is. I forget her name. I personally believe that they just do that for show.
Carville.
Yeah, Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I think, this is what I think. As far as my voice is just not feeling right today. I don't drink tea. I might have to start. But let's see.
Green tea, brother.
Yeah, I might have to start giving it a shot. But I think when you're talking about two different households, two people in the same households having different political views, I think we're going to start seeing that in Black America as more Black men start voting conservative, start voting Republican. I think Black women, a lot of them, even when they get conservative in their views, they still vote liberal. I know I could speak to just my lady friend, to borrow Obsidian's wording. My lady friend, she says a lot of conservative shit. I still don't think she's voting for Trump. I know last time, I didn't know her during the last election, but she said she voted Green Party or something like that. But so it's like they still, even the more conservative ones, they still don't want to just go full-blown whole hog 100% against the policies that overall help the collective of Black women. And they're still on board. A lot of them are like that.
This speaks to the level of the conditioning that the Democrats have had over Black men's and women's minds. We have been deeply conditioned to follow whatever the Democrats say. I've said this on a panel before.
You ain't Black if you don't vote for Biden.
If you don't vote for me, you ain't Black. When does Joe Biden ever use the word ain't? What about that NABJ reporter who was questioning him and he said, "What? Are you a junkie?" You see that shit?
That was hilarious.
What are you, a junkie? Come on, man. Turn the record player on. This motherfucker's insane, dude.
I see him when he speaks. He reminds me of, like, if you remember that old movie Weekend at Bernie's, but if Bernie talked sometimes, it's like he's barely there, you know?
Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. The gentleman is suffering from the early stages of Alzheimer's. I don't know how anybody doesn't see that. The Democrat Party is so desperate and so cynical and has such little respect for the American people. They put this man who clearly does not have the mental capacity to be president right now. He just doesn't.
So we got things that I do think that Trump is going to have to legitimately deal with. I'd love to hear both of your takes. Finally got somebody else. I can't see who that is, but go ahead, Bernie. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying that's Black Uru.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The administration's response to the coronavirus. Okay, this administration. Now, a lot of you people in social media, you think that the virus came from here. I have mixed opinions about it. I think it could have been handled better, but I do distinctly recall on January 31st when they implemented the travel ban, how it was called xenophobic. And let me be clear, I would defend everything that this administration does, okay? I'm just simply saying, and then you had Nancy Pelosi in Chinatown saying, oh, that's just him being xenophobic or whatever. China has provided everything here. And then I got to throw this in here. He's banning TikTok, but not assault weapons. And when I hear somebody says that, it really tells me that they really don't understand. It's not just TikTok. It's not the information they collect. It's the name of that bank or that holding company. I believe it's Tencent or Tencent. I don't know if you've been following that, and them getting information on citizens or what have you. You know,
Chinese government will have access to damn near everything on your phone.
Right. So,
TikTok app.
But here's the pushback we're looking for. Let's go.
Oh, we got Black Uru in the building. Want to formally welcome you to the show. You were quite the hit the last time you were on.
What's up, Black Uru?
Sent a few ripples through the space.
What did you do to that lady, Black Uru?
What'd you say, LilBigNate?
What did you do to that lady?
She just came, right? She joined the panel and Black Uru just immediately said, how many dicks have you sat on in your life?
I just, I don't know, maybe I was being a little bit aggressive that day. So I admit, I agree with you, gentlemen. I was probably a little too aggressive, at least at the start.
That's cool. It's cool.
Day. But I think we got to the truth and the heart of what was going on there. So I think it was a good learning experience for the men in this space overall. So I appreciate you allowing me to be involved there. Let me preface my commentary by saying that the only thing that gives me pause for voting for Trump has been the handling of COVID. I'm trying to figure out the degree to which I blame the Trump administration for this complete and utter fiasco that we're admired in, and my concern now is going forward that because the White House has demonstrated such a lack of leadership on this issue, that we may be trapped in this for years and years to come. And if he's reelected, what proof do we have that his administration is going to handle this situation any more competently than they have thus far?
Can I address that real quick?
No, you're the guest.
Okay, I appreciate it. And then I won't be long, Sir Tyson. Man, I appreciate that question, Black Uru. You're always very measured, very intelligent, brother. I appreciate you coming up here to speak.
Thank you.
Okay, let's establish some facts first. Fauci sent $3.7 million to Wuhan, the exact lab this disease came out of. In 2018.
Alleged.
Bro, I've seen proof that he sent it. I've seen proof that he sent the $3.7 million grant there. Okay, Sir Tice, you could say alleged. I believe that he sent it. Okay.
No, I mean the lab where it allegedly originated.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Gotcha. I understand. Okay, so this disease, this virus gets out, wreaks havoc all across the world. First, I don't know what's real and what isn't, Brother Uru. I honestly continue. I have seen so many things that bring into question what is supposedly happening with this virus. I have seen reports from hospitals saying this hospital is full. Oh my God, we don't know what to do. And then a citizen journalist will go by that same hospital the next day and there's almost no cars in the parking lot. I have to be honest, brothers. I don't know what's real and what isn't with this virus. I just don't know. People died. I absolutely believe people died. How many people have died? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's
All right. I had to get you. Had to get you with Big Nate. Had to get you.
but I think even just all this speculation about what's true and what's not true is a product or function of the lack of faith and the questionable elements of the authenticity associated with this administration. I think it would be more difficult to get away with a lot of that type of stuff, all of the questions and concerns, if we were in an environment that was more stable from the top down. I think it would be more difficult to have all these various questions and various. I mean, you when you have the president debating or the administration debating with the CDC, that's a major leadership issue. The CDC is a governmental entity. It effectively reports to the presidency. So if they're publicly disagreeing, that's a major failure in leadership.
Okay, let me just say this. Let me say, Sir Tyson, I'm gonna give it right to you, bro. I promise. Let me just say this, Black Uru. What I want you to understand, bro, is that there's the deep state. It exists. They work with the leftist media, which is 90% of the media. Ever since this man came into office, they have been pounding him and trying to destroy him. You can't have any type of stability in an administration when over 94% of what they report is negative on him. They are trying to destroy him.
Okay, but how does this change if he's reelected? Doesn't that mean you're guaranteed to have 4 more years?
Yeah, it's
of the same, if not worse.
So we capitulate to this disgusting leftist lying media.
No, I'm not. I'm not suggesting that at all. Maybe I'm. Maybe we have what you call in Star Trek what the Kobayashi Maru. Maybe you have a problem that cannot be solved. I don't know, but I'm just saying based on just following the status quo of reelecting Trump, I don't see necessarily the light at the end of the tunnel of the resolution of this particular issue.
Let me follow up on this. No, let me follow up on this one here. I think your points are very valid, particularly about the CDC, and it was something with the numbers. I used to follow this every day, but then I got kind of sick of it. I live in I live in Fort Lauderdale. I live in a hot state, right? Now, if you follow the media, you think people are walking zombies and everybody's dead or whatever, but we're just living our lives masked up, like it is most in the country. But it was one thing that you said that kind of triggered a thought. Oh, yeah. Most people don't realize there were some states, I have a specific example, but South Dakota never went under full lockdown. Now, I know what some people say, well, South Dakota isn't as populous as other states, and that's granted, fair take. But they have one of the lowest cases. They even had a couple parades there. Then you have places like in Iowa where they completed an entire high school baseball season with minimal cases. So I'm wondering, what is it with these hotspots, California, Arizona, Florida, New York, New Jersey, Michigan? What is it with these states? Do they have more international travel that may have brought it in and spread it more? But the reason why I'm bringing it back to states, there is a federal mandate that they can do, but each state was able to do their own guidelines. So some of the responsibilities rely on those particular state governors. Now, let me be clear and end on this. I'm not caping for Trump on this one, okay? I'm just simply saying it's more to it, but your point is valid. Move on.
And
has any of you guys? I just want to interject about the differences in the states handling things.
Real quick, before you go, hood conservative, maybe trying to get away from using your government name, so I'm gonna quit using it. But before you go, Daniel Marie says, don't forget about the indictment of John Durham. Has for people, a lot of people will go to prison. Also, Hillary has to testify in September. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. And also, because I got to step away for a second before I pass it to hood conservative. But Judge Zilla the Beast says, Bernard Riley, should we have a practice war with another group closer to our population in America first, just to see where we stand? That's a good, yeah, have a little scrimmage. You know, yeah, you get started. Yeah, kind of like a little scrimmage war. Absolutely, absolutely. We should definitely let's start. We got to start small before we, fighting our way up the ladder. Go ahead, David. You got the floor. You got the mic. I'm stepping away for a second. I'll be on mute, but I can still hear everything.
The only other group that we could even engage a scrimmage war with would be the Latinos, and ask Southern California how that worked out. It's not a good way to go. And then, frankly, we're kind of behind the 8 ball already. We need to do a lot more baby making if we want to get into an actual racial conflict with anybody. But that's another issue. South Dakota, I believe, recently rejected Trump's latest offer of stimulus funds. You know why? Because they didn't fucking need the money. They never closed down for business, apparently. I think people were maybe masking up and social distancing along their own individual accordances, but there was never a government mandate that you couldn't feed your family. There was never a government mandate that you couldn't bury your relatives. There was never a government mandate that you couldn't have a party with the people you like or help people you don't like.
Go to church.
If you wanted to go burn some shit down, though, they wouldn't dare stop you. Like, this whole thing is insane, and people just want to accept the narrative presented by the same people who don't want you to be better. Like, if the Republican Party is for rich people and Democrats are for poor people, wouldn't that mean Democrats want you to be poor so you can keep voting for Democrats?
Ouch.
I never heard that like that. But yeah.
Ouch.
And well, kind of on that point, historically, going back to, I guess FDR, I forget the name of his predecessor. Historically, well, I'll just focus more recently. Going back to Ford and Carter. Or go back to Ford and Carter. Historically, the deficits, the federal deficits have increased at a much higher rate under the GOP.
That's true.
Versus the Democrats. And also during that time, the economy has typically grown. Now there, the circumstances vary, wars, things of that nature, but typically the US GDP has grown better under Democratic presidential administrations. I mean, these are facts. I have links. I've read this stuff before. So again, as I said before, the only thing that really gives me personal pause for voting for Trump is the whole handling of COVID, and even that's kind of me in the possibility of my voting for the other party. It would be me assuming that I think that they will handle this COVID thing better, which I'm not there either.
Well, what are your thoughts? Let me say this, Black Uru. In all respect, what are your thoughts to what I mentioned and the Hood Conservative? I was going to say your government name said about like how the states handled it versus giving all the blame to try to
get. But I think part of even the governors handling it, I think that's in part a function of the leadership of the federal government and or lack thereof. I think if you have an effective and generally respected leader, I think then that puts pressure on the governors to kind of fall in line.
I respect
to a competent leadership at the federal level.
What more? I know you hear one talking point. Well, they got rid of that disease control or whatever council. Those people weren't gotten rid of. They were reassigned. So, and even if he had that council that they gotten rid of, what I'm curious, what could have been done differently? And it's the fallout that I have the issue with, not the initial, but that's just my take there.
Now, you gentlemen are going to have to accept something, okay? We're going to have to accept the forces that are working against Donald Trump. And let me prove this. This is irrefutable, okay? When about a month after the disease or virus broke out, Donald Trump started talking about hydrochloroquine and how promising the trials were with this drug. Every leftist media platform attacked him. They said this is garbage science. They says he's lying. It's useless. It's worthless. It's not going to do anything. Every one of you probably know that about 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was a press conference given by a group of doctors that have been treating people with zinc, hydrochloroquine, and one other supplement. The head of this group of doctors was a Black African woman who was a doctor, and she headed up the press conference in DC. They traveled to DC. Now, she said, quote, "I have cured over 300 patients with hydrochloroquine, zinc, and one other supplement. There have been 0 deaths. All of my, well, not all, but many of the patients that I've treated suffered from various different maladies, cancer, diabetes. All of them have been cured." What did the deep state do? What did Google and all the other platforms do? They banned the video. They took the video down. What does that tell you? How could you deny what's going on when you have doctors say who all on their own dime traveled to DC to give a press conference touting the benefits of hydrochloroquine, and the deep state, Google and all these other platforms, Twitter, all of them banned the video? How do you explain that, sir? You can't explain it. Donald Trump is a businessman. He's not a politician. Businessmen do what works. That's the main primary concern of a businessman. What is going to work? What's the most efficient way to handle any particular problem? Because money's at stake, time's at stake. Donald Trump said, let's try hydrochloroquine. It seems to be working. He was bashed and smashed throughout the leftist media. Come to find out, it's the goddamn cure for this thing when mixed with 2 other supplements, zinc and one other. Now, unless you can explain to me why this video, and everybody knows about this, why this video of these 6 doctors taking point, a Black African female doctor, talking about how these doctors collectively have cured over 1,500 people of the COVID virus. Banned, yanked from the goddamn servers. Tell me why that happened.
They'll tell you it's misinformation, and then they
that's right. That's right.
I don't think that can be refuted, but that just goes to show you how it's about, like I said, the information, and why I brought up the point about social media earlier, but I don't really have much to rebut to that.
Can we roll the clock back a few months for a second? There's something I want to remind people of, right? Months ago, on day 1 of these fucking riots, I was saying the same shit I'm saying now. You people are fucking insane. This is no way to prove a point. This is not going to get you what you're asking for. Are we sick of this shit yet? Does anyone who supported the riots on day 1, are you still gung-ho 100% for this shit? Have you not seen your white masters reveal their hand of control yet? Is this not all apparent to you? Haven't you seen? Look, right now, if you get outside of the urban areas, right, the urban centers, you get white people attacking other white people over essentially a communist agenda. Where do we fit into this as Black people, other than being foot soldiers and gunmen? That's all they want us for, is muscle.
And
that's all you are to leftists, is Black muscle.
And also, Hoodzilla, we're going to be the fall guy for the shit when it all falls apart.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me started. That is the purpose of this. You think leftists are your friend? This is what they're setting you up for. Black people will become the face of the anti-American revolution. You think a race war is coming without that shit? Wait till that becomes the key. When Black people are just the face of the fall of America. You think white people hate you now? Oh my God. And you're going to keep marching right along with this stupid shit.
You keep playing these fucking games, folks.
No, you're right.
He playing these fucking games. I'm telling you, these white boys ain't playing. These white boys got more guns and ammo than you can fucking imagine. These white boys ain't giving up their guns, and you come marching through their community with this bullshit, you won't march out. I promise you.
I hang out in the mountains a little bit because I got some family up there, and like, you know, it's mostly white, but there's a little bit of black people sprinkled in. And you know, I sit on the porch during the day, because mostly at day, not so much at night, but I sit on the porch at day, and I'm listening to radio shows or something on YouTube, and you just hear gunfire all around. People are in their houses. Just clink, clink, clink,
I guess it depends on where you are, but I don't see a whole lot of protesting in my area. And when I do see it, it's almost like 90% white.
Damn.
So I mean, I can appreciate what you guys are saying, but I think there's some permutations to what's going on that transcend the whole black-white dichotomy you appear to be presenting. I see this as much more of evolving or devolving or whatever into more of a class struggle, maybe Marxist or socialist, but I see it devolving more into that area, particularly as the number of people who are employed and able to attend university and able to just feed themselves become fewer and fewer and fewer. Not saying that there won't be some racial elements to what's going on. Certainly they will. But after a certain number or percentage of white people are struggling and black people are struggling even more so, it becomes much more difficult to blame that shit on us.
It's definitely. I think you're losing a critical element here. Can I explain my point a little bit further? Because I think you're right, Uru, in the sense that it's ultimately a class thing, because that's how Marxism will flesh out in the long run. But here's the problem: if black people right now are the face of the poor, and the Marxist element is to use the poor people as foot soldiers and cannon fodder, where does that leave us as the black people? We can't survive this shit. We're only black men are 6% of the population. Eligible fighting men are even less than that 6%. So if you gather up as much of, let's say you gather 70 or 60% of the eligible fighting age black men and put them on the front lines of this goofy Marxist bullshit, they're going to get wiped out. What does that do after the fighting is over? Where do we stand then? This is what I mean about it's not really a race thing. They're going to use this race angle to wipe us out, and it'll be just a bunch of white people fighting other white people, how Marxism worked out in the beginning.
All right, I'm back real quick. Hold on real quick. David Monroe said something about they're going to use the race angle to wipe us out. That doesn't even sound. I mean, maybe I missed something. That don't sound like your normal talking points. The white people going to wipe us out. I'm more of the line that they don't give that much of a fuck about.
No. What I was saying is that the leftist white people are setting black people up to march headfirst into a race war by which we will be wiped out. So who's going to be the reason black people get wiped out in America, the left or the right?
Okay, I see. I don't think that we're headed towards full-blown race war. I don't think nobody can truly define what that would actually look like. Okay, when we think of a race war, we're literally thinking just people just running around with guns in the street, open fire and shooting each other. I don't think that's how
killing
a race war
are not going to feed you. It's not going to house you.
But
it's just not. The issue is it's a class and wealth or wealth disparity issue, and this COVID thing has exposed the degree to which this condition exists, and that's why you have, and like I say, most of the people that I see or have seen recently protesting have not been black.
Let me tell you, Bernard, what I believe is going on.
Okay.
You have the left using black people as the face of this revolution. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're to the point where black people are marching into white neighborhoods telling white people we're going to take your houses from you. You have all these middle America white people watching this on TV. They're going to start thinking, why do you think the uptick in the purchase of guns and ammunitions? is happening so often. I mean,
the biggest uptick in gun purchases are amongst black men, percentage-wise.
Whoa,
I didn't know that.
Nobody buys more than white men. Black
no,
men.
I'm saying percentage-wise, as of late, black men. There's been I would say the accelerated rate of gun.
I would argue that's new
amongst black men.
Okay,
I would argue that's new gun owners as opposed to the white majority who aren't really new gun owners. They just buy more ammunition and a second or third rifle.
Yeah, they own so many guns that their percentage of gun ownership can't go.
Hey, Bernie, do people
less? Those that own less their percentages can go up. That's the trickery when they use a lot of stats to try to say black women are doing so good, because if you were at the bottom, you could say increasing by, having a 75% increase is not that big of a deal if your team was 1 in 15. You went up.
Look, I go to a range.
Went up to 3 and 13.
I go to a range, and it used to be pretty much like 75, maybe 80 white, 20% black. Now the brothers are pushing the 45 percentile range.
Oh yeah, yep. I saw the same thing.
But why are brothers buying?
The brothers are up in there.
Why are these black men buying guns? Are they buying guns the same reason I bought them, in case any of these BLM?
Yeah, I think they're buying them for the same reason that a lot of the white guys.
Well, not really, because look at this NSAC.
I don't think they're buying them to riot. I think
they may not
exactly
primarily for the same reasons
they're
that white men
to defend themselves against the trash we see marching through the streets. That's what they're doing, and I salute them for doing that. That's what you should do. You need to tool up. But this is insane, man. Hood Conservative is right. This shit is insane. I don't know how anybody could pull a goddamn lever for the Democrats. They are going to make us black people the face of this revolution. We're marching in white people's communities, demanding they come out of their homes and give them to us. We're breaking into their establishments, stealing all that they've worked for, and including several black businesses. How long do you think it is before these white people say, man, enough is enough?
Hold on. See, Nate, hold on. See, here's the thing. We say, how long before these white people say enough is enough? If you're talking about a white person who has a business and somebody is trying to come in there and take his business, yeah, he got grounds to shoot that person. The implication in what you're saying when you say how much before they say enough is enough, as if white people as a collective are just going to walk around marching in the street shooting black people on sight.
People are being conditioned by what they see on the news. They're being conditioned to hate us. All of us are going to be lumped into this shit. Most white people already think we're all Democrats. We all agree with all this bullshit that's going on. Why do you think black conservatives are so popular with white people? Because it establishes, oh my God, not all black people are entitled. Not all black people think everything I work for should be given to them.
I don't know. I think, the reasons that white people are attracted to black conservatives are not always necessarily positive or positive reflections.
They were black people. It's an element of it, sir. It is. I'm sorry. It is. I know these people. I talk to these people all the time.
As do I. What? I reject the whole fucking racist dichotomy here. White people, the racist white people, don't give a fuck about black people to the point that they barely bother us. All right, that's how little they give a fuck about black people. So the white people that care, they care so much they're smothering us to death. So who the fuck's the real racist here? I mean, how racist is it to convince black people to abort millions of babies at this point? Why do we not count that as their racism? I mean, you keep us around as pets. You feed, clothe, and house us like your little fucking teapot terriers, and you treat us fucking puppies. But that's love, though.
Conservatives have had. There have been numerous periods in recent history where the conservatives have had total control over the federal government, including the Supreme Court. If they wanted to get rid of or severely restrict abortion, They could have done it by now.
Republicans are not conservatives, Black Urus. That's not true.
Yeah, the Supreme.
Now we're missing and parsing words. Now they're Republicans, but they're not conservatives. They're conservatives.
I said that earlier in my presentation.
I mean, how the hell do we know? Bush Senior basically created Planned Parenthood. Was he a conservative? Reagan vice president.
Margaret Singer was a Republican. I don't know if y'all know that.
Exactly.
Margaret Singer was that's why I don't scream you should be a Republican. I've said repeatedly.
But you don't vote conservative.
Like Uru, you keep interrupting. Hold on.
There is a difference between Black Uru. The Republican Party is not conservative. There is a conservative wing of the Republican Party. They are not one and the same, sir. They're just not. Okay? Thank you.
All right, real quick. This one's been sitting for a while. One Titans, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. He says, I had COVID, ended up in the ICU with pneumonia from it. Hydrochloroquine. Say that?
Hydrochloroquine. That's
hydrochloroquine.
It's hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hydroxychloroquine.
And an antibiotic, doxycycline. It works. Thank you very much for the super chat.
That's exactly what those 6 doctors who traveled to DC to do that press conference said, and every media platform banned it. What does that tell you? What does it tell you?
Yeah, I don't know. I ain't touching it right now.
Congress has already had hearings about conservative censorship across different tech platforms, and they all get up there and lie about it. You know, Jack Dorsey, just recently, someone was on Twitter claiming that all those people that did the Trump boat flotilla thing, and they were all holding up Trump signs on their boat as they sailed by. Someone was on Twitter saying, does anyone have like the VIN numbers to those boats so I can start doxing these people, right? It turns out Jack Dorsey is following this person who wants to dox Trump supporters, right? But he goes to Congress and says there's absolutely no conservative pressure to censor conservative people on this platform. The group Veritas, Project Veritas, you know, they do great investigative journalism. That's like the last investigative journalism left. They have people on the ground with Facebook recording Facebook staff members saying flat out, you know, if it's a pro-Trump thing, I mark it as terrorism, so it gets flagged and banned.
Or the emails where they showed the proof of the emails, but they'll say, "Oh, Project Veritas is a right-wing think tank," and that's how it's been dismissed. I'm like, well, regardless of what it is, did this person on camera not say exactly what you just said, hood conservative? And it's well, never Trump, never this, you know. I didn't realize that vote had to be like a, I don't know, like picking the winner of a horse race. As I said, it's a matter of what's important to you. It's Nate, you say something classic. You say something to the effect of not what's in my best interest, or it's some way that you kind of describe it. But I'll just conclude saying this. People say, well, you're saying all this about the Republicans versus the Democrats, and it's very simple. The Republicans don't need the black vote to win, whereas the Democrats absolutely need it. This is why they do all those pandering tactics, what have you. So, as I said, just bringing it right back to the Kamala Harris thing, I don't see how she sways any undecideds. If Trump, what did you say, Nate? 10%, 13%? And
13% of the black male vote, 4% of the black female vote.
Okay, so I easily see that. Okay, you said 40. I don't think it's going to go that high, but I easily see that number double. There's your swing right there.
30%, hopefully.
Well, Tony Brown, if you guys are really into politics, brother, used to have something called Tony Brown's Black Journal. He wrote about this 25, 30 years ago, and he was basically saying that black men are the silent majority, but this is why they keep them. This is tinfoil hat now. This is why they keep your population under 13%, because women are going to vote this way. White people are going to vote this way. If you get a collective of black men who vote, they can shift any election, especially in major cities. So,
hey, Hoodservative.
Yeah.
Project Veritas, isn't that the group that found out that Planned Parenthood is selling chopped up aborted baby parts to biomedical companies?
Dude, you know, that is true. But The first time I heard of Planned Parenthood, I heard of Project Veritas. I don't know if anybody remembers this. Acorn. This was a Democrat voting operation, and they did an expose. So the guy, I forget his name, but the main, the captain of that ship over there, he dressed up as like some kind of pimp and took some young girl. He might even had a black girl with him too, but he used that kind of subterfuge to get in. And they went into Planned Parenthood talking about abortions. They went into Acorn faking voter registrations. I mean, they blew up the on the ground Democrat corruption. All right, this is when they talk about voter fraud is a myth. Project Veritas was actually on the front lines proving voter fraud is Democrat hustle 101. So when you were talking about the baby mills, essentially, like not only are they chopping up the baby parts, it's essentially a business now. They're in the business of harvesting black biomaterial.
Yes, they sell the parts of your aborted babies to biomedical companies.
Yeah, people don't think that they just that's just for waste management, right? You know, of course.
No.
You know,
Listen, think about the Matrix, right? Remember how the Matrix had people set up on like rows, like stalks, like giant corn stalks, and every corn husk was a body. Black women are farming black biomaterial out to companies. No one wants to talk about it on this level. How insidious is that? Who's your friend here? You really think this is a conservative policy? This is even beyond liberal and conservative. This is just pure money making and
all right. I want to be sure. I want to be sure about something. We are talking about stem cell research here, correct?
No, sir.
Yes and no. It's stem cells don't come from just baby parts. You can get stem cells from.
Okay, when you say baby parts, because stem cell research, I do understand a need for that. For example, if an abortion is happening anyway, and something can be done with the remains of it that can help, that can further stem cell research, can help somebody who's my brother's paralyzed, can help somebody paralyzed potentially walk again. That I understand. Now, when you're talking about selling baby parts, that are we talking fingers, toes, and and earlobes?
Organ.
But to me, this is
time out. I need the questions answered. What are they doing with these baby parts? Understand the stem cell research. What are they doing with baby kneecaps? What's going on here?
They do all sorts of experiments on these children's parts. Where can you get human parts to experiment on? Nowhere. You can get them from Planned Parenthood. They testified before Congress that they're doing this. Of course, you didn't see it. If what you watch is MSNBC and CNN to get your news, they would never report on this.
So basically, after the baby is aborted, regardless of what level it's at, whether it's a 6-week abortion or an 8-month abortion, they're using that as we don't get to experiment on human beings because it's unethical. But if not quite all the way born human being is aborted and about to be thrown in the trash, we might as well use that for science. Whatever we could do with it, whether it's just
Bernard, I want to point out a blind spot that you just walked over, right?
Help me out.
Yeah, when you said a baby that's gonna just be aborted anyway, right? Well, for one, that's not a natural phenomenon. That's a state mandated practice. The baby isn't just aborted anyway. Women choose that, and they're backed up by force of law. Now, if you couple that with a financial motive, you create the slippery slope. It's the epitome of the slippery slope argument now, because not only do you have on the one side women who are motivated to commit an act of murder, infanticide is what it used to be called, but now you have people on the other end with $1 billion financial motivation to now encourage this behavior. You see how it starts to feed itself?
Yeah, but it still comes down to the choice of the individuals who's feeding that system with their own bad choices, essentially.
Hey, Bernie, I know the doctor.
We're gonna get to doctor in here. Black, thank you for that super chat. We've moved past a race war that I say will never happen, but we moved past that. Hold on, I promise I'm gonna get you, Sir Tice. Hold on, I'm gonna go to you after the doctor. But Black Wolf Inc., thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that. And our Star Wars came through with another super chat. So why did millionaire Herman Cain die of COVID-19 after talking about the benefits of hydroxychloroquine chloroquine, whatever, on Facebook.
You know, he had cancer, right?
He also had cancer.
Herman Cain, I believe, had some type of cancer. So, you know,
well, that would make him more susceptible to COVID anyway. But that's good food for the conspiracy theorists to say, he died of cancer. They're just saying it's COVID. I already know where you're going with that one.
motorcycle accidents that have been listed as COVID. So.
All right. Well, we got to go to Dr. Anwar Dunbar. Thank you for joining the program. You got the floor. You got the mic. You got the floor.
Hey,
you got the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, greetings, gentlemen. You know my style. I'm just going to jump on and listen and jump off for a little bit. But a couple things in terms of Herman Cain, if he was taking some kind of medication that was depressing his immune system, that could have, increased his likelihood of getting infected with the virus. And then on the last point about the fetuses, I mean, any living human tissue, there are a number of experiments you can do with that tissue and those samples. But I wanted to speak to something LilBigNate said about the hydroxychloroquine. I shot quite a few videos on that on my science channel. And backing up what he said, I haven't been able to find a nice, conclusive yes or no as to what it does. And I don't remember, I would have been on the lookout for that footage or that statement from doctors saying that it helps. But I don't remember seeing anything. So I think I kind of stand with LilBigNate on that. I think there is an effort to selectively share bits of information.
Absolutely, doctor. Absolutely.
Real quick, doctor.
And I want to think.
Wait, time out, doctor. Your channel is Big Discussions 76 Science and Technology.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I just modded you up. Drop the link to that when you get off of here. So, because I do want to check it out.
Okay. Hey, and there's one more thing. In terms of hydroxychloroquine, there is a genetic polymorphism for the enzyme glucose 6-phosphate dehydrogenase. So if your doctor wants to give you that, that's something that African people descended from Africa, that's a genetic polymorphism that we have. So make sure you ask your doctor if you can get genotyped, because if you have that and you get treated with hydroxychloroquine, there's evidence that you could experience hemolytic anemia.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So that's just an ask.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I know it's all black men listening to this, or mostly black men listening to this.
So, Dr. Dunbar.
Hold on, we do got to, I promise, quickly ask the Dunbar the question, then I do got to go to Sir Tice. He's been waiting for a minute. So go ahead, Uru, ask, because you got to leave in this. You got to leave in a second, doctor?
Yeah, I'm on my lunch break here.
Okay, cool. Go ahead and get that question in.
So is it your professional opinion that there is some actual empirical evidence that hydroxychloroquine can actually do what has been reputed here? So
I've seen conflicting evidence. There were studies from a couple of months ago showing that it can decrease the viral load. And that drug has been used for years, I believe, for things like lupus and I'll have to look back at my notes, but that drug, this is not a new drug. So it's been used for years, and there's
so like for autoimmune related items?
Yes.
Doctor, did you see the press conference from those doctors? Did you see that?
No, I did not. That's what I'm saying. I did not.
Did you hear about it?
Doctor, I saved the video. I'll get it to you.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Okay.
Doc, there were 6 or 7 doctors that traveled to DC on their own dime to do a press conference. That the doctor that took point was this Black African woman who said, I personally have cured over 300 COVID patients with a mix of these different elements, hydrochloroquine, zinc, and a couple of other supplements. No fatalities, 0 fatalities, Doc. They pulled the video. Everybody knows about the fact that they pulled the video.
Dr. Dunbar said that he find the evidence or his interpretation of it to be inconclusive. Can you elaborate?
Just what you want to see is a nice hard study with standard deviations and a control and an adequate number of patients tested, and for as much. I haven't done extensive digging, but when I did dig, I did not find a conclusive study for COVID. It's not. Now here's the thing. Now the other thing is the drug has it. There's a whole community on what I just told you about the glucose 6-phosphate dehydrogenase. So there has been a movement to discredit the drug, and there have been parties who've been trying to say, well, it's toxic and no one should use it. So I'm just saying that there's a lot of misinformation, and I live in DC, so the fact that I did not see that story, the fact that it did not make headlines, that's a head scratcher.
As soon as it started spreading, ABL, if you go to ABL's YouTube page, he did a presentation on it, on the doctors. Then he did a presentation on how they yanked the video and he can't show it anymore.
He's got a website that it's on, what have you. So that's what he's.
Okay.
Well, gentlemen, I just wanted to make those points. Good panel, Bernard. Good show. And I'm going to jump off.
Thank you for coming up, man. Drop the link to your channel. Drop the link to your channel in the chat. I want to check out your channel, and I probably reach out to you, bring you on as an expert when we're talking about some of these.
All right, sounds good. Hey, I just don't do the biological sciences. I just did an interview with someone in aerospace. So
what kind of science do you typically? What's your?
Well, my background. I told you, Bernard. I went to Michigan, so I have a background in pharmacology and toxicology. On the research side, I work in regulatory now, but the biomedical sciences. So I'm very passionate about getting the word out about how to do this for our young people, because I think, especially for the young boys, we don't have a lot of images of Black male scientists, and we need more.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah, drop that link in the chat.
I'll drop it in the chat. All right, fellas.
Cool. All right, about to go to Sir Tyson next. RBR. I will read his super chat. Oh my goodness. Okay, RBR Network. Here we go. Herman Cain passed away because he believed what all Black conservatives believe, that whites are superior and can tell us any lie they want. Thank you, RBR. We needed to hear that.
RBR.
Go ahead.
I just want to address that really quick. Are you trying to tell me that the power of melanin cannot defeat the power of coon thought?
All right, go ahead, Sir Tyson. You got the
floor. All right, so this is just I left something in the back chat. I can't get to the front chat, but you know how this goes. This is just piggyback off the hood conservatives point or what have you. The link that I left in the front chat is the actual testimony, but I'm just going to read the first paragraph, and it's very brief. 5 years ago, the Center for Medical Progress released undercover videos that revealed evidence of criminal activity by America's largest abortion business, Planned Parenthood. The tape showed Planned Parenthood officials talking about selling aborted baby parts for profit, and how Planned Parenthood manipulated its abortion techniques to procure fresh intact organs from children killed in late-term abortions.
This is Luciferian, people.
And hold a second. I'm
so sorry. Wait, hold on. Back up. I'm sorry. Read that again. I was looking at Dr. Umber's. I was looking at Dr. Umber's channel, and couldn't hear what you were saying because I was reading something on his channel. Just start over. I apologize.
That's all good. He's got a good video about Thomas Sowell on there too. You need to check out. 5 years ago, the Center for Medical Progress released undercover videos that revealed evidence of criminal activity by America's largest abortion business, Planned Parenthood. The tape showed Planned Parenthood officials talking about selling aborted baby parts for profit, and how Planned Parenthood manipulated its abortion techniques to procure fresh, intact organs from children killed in late-term abortions. Then, here's something else I found. Let's see here. And just 2 sentences. Video shows STEM Express paid. This is all congressional testimony, by the way.
Thank you.
The video showed STEM Express played Planned Parenthood solely based on the number of usable parts that STEM Express could harvest. at least an extra $65 for abortion if the customer ordered a fetal organ plus a blood sample. PPM does over 17,000 abortions a year, and unsealed invoices showed it making $25,000 in 3 months. This is yes.
This is Lucifer.
This is real. This is real, gentlemen.
It's like drug money. Black women's wombs are being hustled.
And you're conservative. If you're privy to the work that what's the name of that group?
Project Veritas.
If you're privy to the work they did, you probably saw the video that they recorded of the Planned Parenthood executive talking about how she's going to buy a yellow Lamborghini with the money that they make from selling body parts.
I don't remember that in particular. It's not surprising. I mean, you got to buy some kind of Lamborghini. 8
hours of uninterrupted recording where the Project Veritas person is sitting at lunch with one of the executives from Planned Parenthood, and she's talking about buying a Lamborghini with the money.
You know,
Lamborghini with your aborted baby parts. You go ahead and vote for the Democrats, folks.
Well, usually most people, Nate, will say it's not that I like. You know, I saw one. You either vote for a shit sandwich or a shit sandwich with ketchup, and I'm like, anyway. But but here's the thing: most people will say, well, it's because of the Supreme Court's decision, and it was something I was going to say to you, Black Uhuru, where even if at the judicial level at the Supreme Court, if they swapped out Roe v. Wade, it would go to the state. Now, would that put a monkey wrench, depending on what state, would perhaps? But personally, I think that there's too much money being made on both sides that we're not going to see this go away.
I mean, at the end of the day,
well, I think that last statement you made says it all, because I don't think the only people who are making money on this thing are, quote, progressives or Democrats.
No. Let me add this.
I alluded to it supersedes left and right.
The way we change it within us, as we say all the time on these panels, and it goes, is we change the culture. But we know that's a long haul up to the top, and we want immediate gratification, as many of us do. Not me, but you get what I'm getting at.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying is, to me, since there is complicity on both sides with respect to the abortion issue, I just don't see the validity in making a electoral decision based solely or primarily on that issue. I might have my personal views about abortion, but since both sides are in their own way corrupted by it either allowing it and or profiting from it, I'll focus on something else.
There's not complicity on both sides, Black. You have a couple of Republicans that might have played a role in bringing it about, but there's one party that promotes it and advocates for it, and there's a party that speaks out against it. It's not complicity on both sides.
And there's a party that has had opportunities to severely curtail the availability of it and have failed to do so.
No.
That's not a criticism.
There's been tremendous curtailing of abortion in this country. Tremendous curtailing of abortion. There's states in the South where they've made it, where they've pushed the date closer and closer to your initial date of conception. It used to be you could get abortion so many weeks in. Now they've reduced the number of weeks.
But we're talking about making a presidential decision. We're not talking about voting for a governor of your state or my state.
Well, the way the presidential decision gets voted is, I shouldn't say gets voted, is it's who he appoints. So it's going to come actually at the judicial level. This is why this is why that whole Kavanaugh thing was
Supreme in Court. Exactly.
Right. Go ahead. That's something I wanted to highlight here, because and I brought this up before, and all of us, we all have this one thing in common, which is we listen to the manosphere for a certain amount of time. So a lot of us are familiar with the typical arguments and criticisms and the general posture of the Black men in the manosphere, right? Why can't we just make the connection that everything that we point to as a criticism of the Black women as an individual, or Black women, how they relate to Black men, is actually supported, funded, and even propagandized by the Democrat Party and the Democrat establishment and the media. Why can't we make this connection? We've been sitting here bitching about these women for so long. Why do we not just make the quiet decision to not vote with anything they support? It's so powerful. You don't have to say a word to these women. You don't have to be angry with them. You don't have to fight them. Just leave them. Leave them in your vote. Leave them alone. Don't vote with them. You can sleep with them if you really want to, but when you get up and you go to that voting booth on Tuesday, you are not with these women.
Well, look, I don't know if I said it before or earlier. I don't believe that Biden and Harris has much of a chance of winning the presidential election. I do believe a significant percentage of black men will either vote for Trump or won't vote at all. I might even be within that particular camp. So, I mean, you know, if we're gonna say who we should or should not vote for, or who we will or will not vote for, then we might not disagree very much. You know, I think we may disagree, you know, with respect to how much we agree with a particular party as to what they are not going to do. Because, you know, from my understanding, there have been many policy decisions that Republicans have either led or at the very least supportive that have also been counterproductive to the interests specifically of black men, especially when you get into the issues of crime and punishment, for example. So, you know, if we're going to get into the weeds of what has caused us to be mired in the situation we're in the specifics, I think it then becomes a much more complex, a more nuanced discussion than just the Democrats are evil and the Republicans are good. And I know that's an exaggeration, but
David Monroe, he does raise a good point that everything that we talk about in the manosphere, really, I mean, you could say the manosphere or the black manosphere, it does come down to the liberals are the ones who are overtly proud out of the closet about supporting it, and the whole to the point to where it's policies that support it and a culture that celebrates it. So those two things together, yeah, it does make a, you know, you do got to raise an eyebrow at any black man who consumes any of these talking points, agrees with them, then still goes and votes Democrat. You do have to side eye that, even if I'm not saying just go ahead and just high stepping, happy go lucky in there to vote Republican. Is you still, I still don't understand how you can vote Democrat in the face of all of this. I still,
I like.
But not only that, bro, you're gonna save a lot of gray hairs because I can't get on panels and argue with women all day. It's tough, bro. I can't do it.
Yeah. When I first came about a little over a month ago, when I first started coming on panels consistently, that's the first thing that came out of my mouth. I said, black women are in the state they are in because of the allegiance they have pledged to the Democrat Party and to feminist ideology. And I got all sorts of pushback. I got pushback from BGS. I got pushback from here, pushback from there, pushback from everybody. I can prove what I'm saying. I can prove the detrimental effects third and fourth wave feminism and Democrat ideology has had on black women for the past 50 years. It has almost brought them to the point of ruin. 60% of new AIDS cases, black women. 1 out of 2 black women have an STD. Almost 80% of their children are born out of wedlock. This is a group of women that are almost ruined. And I told Anderson, what gentleman's name? I forgot. The gentleman that speaks a long time, just like me.
Edward Anderson.
Well, Edward Anderson. I told him, I said, look, man, black women are not inherently bad. I said they have been made that way. They have been conditioned to become these belligerent, incalcitrant barbarians. Many of them, not all black women are like that. I saw a video. Okay, I constantly bring up all these videos, these hundreds of thousands of videos there are that testify to the fact that black women are so completely out of pocket. There was a video I saw last year. It was a Walmart parking lot. It was a stationary camera that was focused on the parking lot. There was a black woman in a car. She gets out the car and she's yelling at somebody. Into the frame walks another black young woman with a Jiffy Pop bag on her head and a newborn baby in her hands. The two women get in each other's face and they start yelling at each other. They start fist fighting. I swear to God, you Google this video, you'll find it.
I know this video.
Women, thank you. The women start fighting. The woman with the newborn baby drops the baby on the asphalt, and the women fighting. A white woman, a racist white Karen, runs into the frame, picks up the baby, and pulls away from them. She pulls out her phone, she's rocking the baby and calling the police. This is a result of Democrat policies and feminist and Democrat ideology. That's how these women got this way. And I dare anyone to prove this to be false. You can't.
You know, the manosphere for a long time, we get the bad rap of like you just hate women and all that. And I would say the best way to counter that kind of argument, because it's patently false. I don't think anybody up here hates women. You know, I hate what I see, but you know, I see this from people that I generally love. You know, you are my people. For I hate to even say it like that, but still, I don't hate women. The problem is, you know, all women are women. Doesn't matter if you're black, white, whatever. If you give, even men, if you give anybody carte blanche authority to misbehave and then encourage that misbehavior on top of the authority you give them, what do you fucking expect?
Encouraging black women to be obese, encouraging black women to be promiscuous, encouraging black women to discount the value of their men. That's what this party does. Period. There's no getting around this, folks. This is what they do. They have destroyed the black American woman. They have destroyed her. She is incompatible with a productive, competent, family-oriented black man. There's very little you can do with most of our women, unfortunately. There are still black women that are good. They are kind. They are conciliatory. You could build a future with them. There are some of them out there. But largely, the black American woman has been ruined, and she's been ruined by the Democrats and modern-day feminists. And again, I invite anybody who thinks he or she can handle me on this subject. You come up here and you challenge me on it.
Well, on that note right there, RBR Network in the real quick, Mike, before you go, RBR, Michael Merriweather, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. He said the Council of Foreign Relations control both parties. Read the Tragedy and Hope by Carol Quigley. Thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate that. RBR, I'm reading super chats. Hold on, pump the brakes. I'm gonna give you the floor. So you can come up here and set LilBigNate straight. So all right. Yeah, all right. You got it. RBR. Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. Before you take the floor, RBR, 1 second.
Wait, RBR, 1 second. Go ahead.
Before you take the floor, I just want everyone to take a moment of silence to point out RBR is their leader in this conversation. Go.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Now, here's the thing. You know, as far as the original question that's asked, will Kamala Harris divide the black vote between black people who hate the black race and culture and think white people are superior? Well, I think that
RBR, real quick. There are black people that talk a lot about white supremacy. This ain't one of those channels. I think there are some racist white people, but I don't think we live in. I don't do the white supremacy thing.
The myth of white supremacy. Yes, it clouds it dictates the premise of every argument that you make. It's based on a premise that white people created African civilization 4 million years before white people existed, and that our society was created for white people to benefit. The African society was created to benefit white people. It's a lie. It's a lie that white people started that black people believe, because we would never start such a ridiculous lie that we created a civilization of people 4 million years before we existed. So if your premise is white people are superior, then your conclusion will be that black people are inferior, and therefore white people who want to kill black people with the coronavirus should be in charge.
White people are superior.
You did.
Wait a minute. Isn't your very supposition, RBR, isn't your very supposition a white supremacist supposition? Because
that Africa is created by
no, you're calling us dumb and white people smart because they tricked us for thousands of years.
No, I didn't say they were smart because your stupid ass believe their lies. I think here's what I think.
How the fuck else could that work?
Here's what I really believe.
How else could a 4,000-year lie work if you're not dumb?
Okay, well, here's what I really believe. If you come from a culture that doesn't lie about being superior and doesn't have to lie about creating African civilization, if you come from an African civilization that doesn't have to lie about creating an African civilization, then you are vulnerable to a race of people who have realized that they didn't create the African civilization, but their lives would be a lot better if they lied and said they did. So what we have in our society today is a bunch of white people suggesting that the African civilizations that were created in Europe and North America by what they called slaves was somehow created for the Nazis and the Ku Klux Klan.
Why would slaves, as soon as they got there, like they never saw us before, and they just pulled up to Africa, like, look at them slaves.
Right.
They had to. The people that were in North America, right, were not the original Arabs, Jews, and Christians, and they weren't Arabs, Jews, and Christians when they came out of the Caucasus Mountains and the Moors took them back to Africa. They were white savages who were civilized, educated, and given their religion from Africans. Now, 650 years later, right, Jews and Arabs, not very much Christians, moved to what is called the Middle East. Israel, Iran, Syria, and all that, what we call the Middle East today. 100 years after that, white Jews who had left Africa after 750 years of being civilized, educated, and given a religion, they left Africa, went to Europe and North America, and started the lie that they were the chosen people who created Africa.
Can I ask a question? When did the white Jews get on? Hold on. Pump the brakes. When did the white Jews land their spaceship in Africa?
Well, they didn't have to land a spaceship in Africa. They weren't Jews. They were white people who wouldn't survive the Neanderthals.
I am.
Before you give,
all right, we're gonna go to Sir Tice. Sir Tice, go ahead.
Before you give,
RBR, pump the brakes. Hold on, we gotta let somebody get a question in.
It's on the topic. RBR, bring this home to the Kamala Harris question, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I already brought it home in the first two sentences.
No, you brought a fucking straw man.
I got lost.
Right?
I know you got past the third grade. Now, here's what I'm saying.
Brother, you don't have to insult me. Just make your point.
Hold on. My point is, if you let me make it, come on, nigga. So here's my point. If you are a black person and you learn white and Asian culture because they have no interest in learning our culture, you are going to be more sophisticated. You are going to be more intelligent. You are going to be more capable and able than the black niggas who stay in the fucking alley and on the street corner. So if Kamala Harris was forced to learn Asian and white culture because she wanted to be the vice president of the United States, how can black people hold that against her because she left the alley? Because she left the street corner.
Look at her record. Wait a second. We can look at her record and what she did about these people these black people that you swear that she so much cares about. Go.
Mike Chenery asked a question. He says,
"We're Rice."
What alley was Kamala Harris in? She was raised by an Indian doctor. Her father is a collegiate professor, or was a collegiate professor at Stanford. What alley did she come from?
I'm not going to necessarily say she came from the alley. I'm saying that people in the alley.
Name the alley, bro. You got to name the alley.
RBR.
Mad because she left the alley, and I'm not saying that she's not going to go back to the alley and get you dumb niggas, but the fact that she left the alley is why you're so upset with her and you don't want to support her. You want to support the
RBR. Hold on, time out. Do you support Kamala?
Just mix things up and then
RBR. So do you support Kamala Harris?
Your interpretation of Kamala?
RBR.
It's not. No, of course not.
Oh, you don't support Kamala Harris?
Don't support your version of Kamala Harris where she can't be black at the alley.
Do you support any version? Do you support any version of her?
You goddamn right. I support all black people. I did a show 2 days ago.
Okay, so wait, hold on, wait, time out. So Kamala Harris is black.
Yeah, absolutely, because her father's black.
Okay, wait. Hold it. I got a good one for him. So therefore, time out. If Kamala Harris is black, if somebody that racially mixed can be considered black, why do you criticize black people who racially mix with other people and produce people that are probably blacker than Kamala Harris that you say is black?
Oh,
because I go by science. See, a science tells us that. Yeah, can we talk? Or are you going to be stupid? If you
I have a question. RBR, I have a question.
Grade, Kamala Harris is black. Your father's black because she was born black. Now I understand you think that if you're born black and you become vice president or you go to Stanford, then so far you can't be black anymore. That's fine. If you coons in the alley believe that if you leave the alley, you can't be.
Can I ask a question?
You believe that, then that's your belief.
Because you're black, you were automatically born in the alley?
No, I said you are born black.
Hey, Black Uhuru, let me piggyback on that. No,
you can't become vice president of the United States, and that's stupid.
Okay, so this alley thing, I sent you a super chat earlier. I said, isn't she from the Brahmin caste? And you and Nate were referring to the Hindu caste system. She is a part of the top caste. Mr. RBR, since you're more intelligent than all of us, can you describe the Hindu caste system, or do you know anything about that? You know, you being the...
Yes, I do.
Okay, so why would yes, it's sufficient. Yes, it's sufficient. How would from the top caste be from the alley? What happened?
Hold on.
I can't hear the question. What you're talking about?
Definition. Hold on. Black people, by definition, do not fit into any caste system, into any Marxist dichotomy. Black people are considered inferior because of our race. So no, Kamala Harris being black would be considered untouchable. What did she call it in her book? Isabella Wilkerson, in her book Caste System, she called it untouchable. Dr. King was untouchable because he was black. He was untouchable.
Okay,
that didn't have to make him that black because the racists thought he was untouchable.
Okay. RBR, I have a question for RBR.
Hold on. Sun is Hot Ross said, Bernard, here's 5, whatever the hell those are. Please put RBR back in the basement. That may be coming soon.
Yeah, get rid of
real quick. And then Black Wolf Inc. also says cocaine is a hell of a drug. I agree. We're gonna go
RBR, I have a question. RBR, if Kamala is black, why do her birth certificate refer to her as being a Caucasian?
And I have a question.
Please let him answer that question.
Her birth certificate does not say Caucasian.
It's specifically. I have an image. I have on my computer right now an image of her birth certificate that refers to her as being Caucasian.
Her mother put herself as Caucasian. Kamala is not listed as Caucasian. Listen, you can have all the critiques in the world of the one.
But wait a minute.
So can I jump in here a minute?
Yeah. Who's that? That Fatal Dose?
Fatal Dose, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was just about to go to Fatal Dose. Uncle Ruckus in the middle with a super chat. Thanks, I appreciate that. He said, what the hell are we out talking? All right. So wait. Hold on. Okay, so we're about to go to Fatal Dose, and then we can go to Black Ground Radio Network. So we go to Black Uru. If you do have that image that you can screen share, I appreciate that. But we can go to Fatal Dose and then Black Ground, and probably gonna send RBR back to the basement. All right, Fatal Dose, you got it.
All right, so I hear what RBR is saying about her coming out with black skin and being black. However, we must go back to where that ideology come from. That ideology was created by the eugenicists, going back to people like Francis Galton and the T.H. Huxley's, and those people created the ideology that If you have one Negro blood in you, then you are Negro because your blood is polluted. So what he is saying is black people are accepting anyone who's polluted by any other race. Which what does that say about us?
Well, it says that you believe any lie that white people tell. That's what it says about you, Coon.
Can I jump in?
But that's what you're saying. You're saying Kamala is black because her father's black.
I want to point out
why isn't she Indian? Why don't you say she's Indian?
Is Indian.
Hold on.
Just because she has a black parent doesn't change that she's also Indian. Like
exactly.
She says it in her own words that she was raised a black woman.
Indian is not
words.
So like, AKA. But she's an AKA.
You never claimed that.
All right, hold on, real quick.
Wait
a minute. I think David Monroe was trying to say something.
Hold on, brother.
Go ahead, Black Girl.
It's an article in Vox magazine that you can read where she clearly states that she was raised as a black woman from her own words. Not paraphrased, not something we heard as far-fetched, but from her own mouth, her own words.
Okay, hold on.
Out of her own mouth.
I can add something to that.
Please finish.
I can challenge that.
Hold on, wait, David Monroe, let him finish, then we're gonna go to David Monroe. Go ahead.
From her own words. So are we to dismiss her own words because we don't want her to be a part?
Now,
all right. Okay, wait. Now it's a couple important questions. Hold on. Wait. Stop. Hold on. Couple important questions.
Right,
how long ago was that article?
It's recent. The article was just put out.
Stop. How long ago?
The article is brand new.
It's brand new. Okay. Wait a minute. So all that proves is that when it was politically, damn it, hey, dude, I gotta talk.
I know where you're going. Hold on.
Okay, well, hold on. If you know where I'm going, then goddamn it, let me get there so the audience can hear where I'm going, and then you could refute it. Okay, so if it came out recently, that means she said that when it was politically
and I knew we were
for her to say.
The statement was
dude, stop interrupting right before I make the point. If it came out recently, it does not matter. That would only matter if it was something from years ago.
It was from years ago. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
Okay, well, I wanted to finish my goddamn sentence, and then you can refute it after it's finished. I hate when people try to refute an argument that they haven't heard yet.
When you're done, please.
All right, I will. I would like to. No, he said he can refute this. He said this recent article that was written years ago. I want him to refute it. I want him to explain it. Go ahead. Oh, you got it now. You got to unmute yourself, I think.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, good.
The article was written recently, but the conversation and the context of her saying it was taken from something she had said previously, and they were referencing it in the article. That's what.
How long ago did she say it?
They didn't time date it, but it was a previous conversation she was having with someone else, and they used that as a reference point to say that she was black. What the article was basically saying was, to give you a context of the article was basically saying the same thing the brother had said. The brother with the accent was saying about, is she not Indian too, and why does her blackness have to come to the forefront in the United States of America? And it was just giving a detailed synopsis of why blackness in America, the way it's looked at.
I'm going to explain why. I'm going to explain that.
Wait a minute. Okay.
I have an understanding of myself.
Black Ground Radio. I don't Black Ground Radio. Holy shit, Black Ground Radio. If you can't tell us when she said it,
of course not.
Then you really don't have an argument. Because if she said it when she was Senator Kamala, if she, goddamn, come on, man. If she said it when she was, if she said it,
down right, man. That shit sound dumb as hell. What you about to say? Like, okay, all right. But
if she said it when she was Senator Kamala Harris, who may potentially be running for president at some point, but if she was well deep off into her political career, it was politically useful for her to say that she was black or that she was raised as black. David Monroe has the evidence. David Monroe has the evidence.
That's the bias that you're looking for.
David Monroe has the evidence.
Because that's what evidence.
David Monroe
So
evidence.
you haven't
Go
even
ahead.
read the article, so how can you say what evidence it is?
I'm not saying what it is.
I researched it myself personally. I have the video on my channel right
video
now.
what?
The title of the video is called Kamala Harris Doesn't Have Black Roots. The entire purpose of my video.
Hold on, wait, David Monroe, hold on. Blackground Radio. If you interrupt David Monroe, I'm dropping you down. I'm booting you. I need you to be quiet so he can lay out the evidence. It's like you keep trying to interrupt the evidence that conflicts with what you're doing, what you got to say. You got to quit doing that. All right, go ahead, David.
Now, the entire purpose of my video was not to question whether or not she is genetically black. I said specifically in the video she is blackish. Why is she blackish? Her father is technically black, but I have a picture of her father and mother. It's a black and white photo of when they're young in their prime, just married. She's a light-skinned Indian. She's basically darker than him as a light-skinned Indian woman. He was a very light-skinned black man who came from the descendants of Jamaican slave owners. So the further back you go in his lineage, the whiter they get. Now, on top of that, as a woman, as a political candidate, Kamala Harris has consistently not only accepted, but claimed herself as an Indian woman. I have evidence of this on the video. She, on multiple interviews and appearances with different media personalities, with Mindy Kaling, they're cooking Indian dishes. Mindy Kaling is like, oh, every time I go see someone and I say, look at her, she's an Indian. And then and Kamala's like, yeah, I'm an Indian. They speak Hindu together, and another Indian, I don't know the guy's name, but he's like an anchor from some Indian network, and he's addressing her as the first Indian senator. Now, she becomes a black woman on January 27, 2019, when she announces her candidacy for the presidency of the United States. That's when she officially adopts black culture. Up until then, she was flying the flag of India. You have so many Indian people loving to have one of their own embracing the United States government and achieving power. She never waved the flag of black womanhood or black anything. In fact, she's on the outs with her father. Her only connection to blackness is openly
posted in the private chat a video where she says to Mindy Kaling that she is Indian.
I went over all this in my presentation. I said all this.
Can I rebut all this lightweight nonsense that y'all putting out?
All right, go ahead. You got the floor. Then we're going to go to LilBigNate after you. Go
lightweight nonsense. Okay, you just said that she claimed Indian, and does that in any way negate her blackness? In any way, because she claimed
no.
Hold on, brother. Does that
if President Obama said he was white? If President Obama said he was white, then would we accept him as saying
President Obama clearly stated that he was a biracial man and that he had
But he has never said he is white. He has never. President Obama never
several
said.
Occasions that he
Did you ever hear President Obama specifically say he was white?
Can
you answer the question?
Like this is terrible. This is terrible. You guys can't even have a true understanding of what you're saying. If a person says that they're black, that does not negate their whiteness. That does not negate her Indian. Her cooking food. Hold on, brother. Hold on, please. Everybody spoke, and I did not interrupt anyone. That does not negate her Indian bloodline. That does not because she cooked food with an Indian person. She is also acknowledging her mother's culture, the person who gave her birth, who was an Indian person. In her doing
when
so,
did she ever cook collard greens, bro?
Brother, I did not interrupt
when did she cook some collard greens?
Let him go. Let him go.
What the fuck?
Hold on, wait a minute. Blackground. Hold on.
Jesus.
Hold on, dude, chill. You came in all guns blazing, interrupting. I had to practically stop it. You're doing it now. I had to practically threaten you to get you to stop interrupting.
Listen,
I understand that you don't also. I understand y'all don't like. No, I love pushback, and I'm glad you came with the pushback. But you do not get that. Just have that much indignation about an interruption when I had to first threaten you to get you to stop interrupting. So you're the interruption king right now. So you don't get to act that morally outraged over interruptions. I will try to get them to stop interrupting you, though. I will try to get them to stop interrupting you, but you don't get to act that morally outraged because you're the one that I had to threaten, not them. All right, go.
You threatened me because you don't know me. You just felt comfortable with threatening me. Whatever. Okay.
Oh my goodness, dude, it ain't that damn serious. I just had to get you to stop talking. I had to get you to stop talking.
Really not that serious, man.
I know if it's not that serious, you should have been able to chill. If it's not that serious, you should have been able to just chill and let David Monroe finish what he's saying and stop interrupting. You doing it now?
All right, man. All right, man. I'm out, man, because I don't know. You niggas is a bunch of cornballs, man. I'm out, man.
Thank you. All
right.
Thank you.
What does
Kamala realized early in life that it would be better for her to be a light-skinned black woman than it would be for her to be a darker-skinned Indian woman. That's what she did.
The sacrificial be,
and she got the benefit, the AKA thing, all that good stuff. She got the benefit from presenting herself all up through this point to sleeping with Willie Brown and all that stuff. She got the benefit of being the high yellow black woman.
RBR.
That's what's gotten her to the point.
What does her blackness, or that you say, fine, she's as black as Esther Roll. Let's roll with that. Let's look at her record as a prosecutor with black men. As I said, go. Not her sorority affiliation. What's been her record when she's been in charge? And then and by the way, none of your fucking weak ass straw mans either. Address the fucking question.
You don't know what a straw man means, you dumb nigga. Now,
what the?
Let him go. You have a chance to basketball place in a minute. Hold on. Let me tell the truth for 5 seconds. Then you dumb niggas can lie. Now, as far as her record is concerned, I guess there was a brother, there was an immigrant, 2 immigrants that killed white people, one brother and one Mexican illegal. You guys call them illegal. They're actually undocumented. And she didn't give him the death penalty. The one dude killed a cop. The other dude found a gun at the wharf in San Francisco, picked up the gun, didn't think there was a bullet in the chamber, pulled the trigger, and it killed a white tourist. And Kamala Harris did not give them the death penalty, and he was prosecuted, but he was found not guilty because he just picked up the gun, and the gun went off, and they wanted to make him a gang member and all kind of stupid ass shit. So they said Kamala Harris was weak because she let the brother get off with life in prison without the possibility of parole instead of giving him the death penalty because he was black and society hates black men. The other guy was an illegal immigrant, and instead of kicking every Mexican out of the country and kicking $850 billion and the 64% of them that vote for Democrats out of the country, she didn't do that. She got him a manslaughter charge, and he was eventually deported because he had, he didn't have the documentation. He was here illegally. So that's their knock on Kamala Harris.
Jamal True Love,
did you just hear yourself?
What about Jamal True Love?
Hold on, wait. Did you just contradicted? RBR, you kind of contradicting yourself. So what do you mean by earlier? Is it earlier? RBR
niggas want.
And
RBR, earlier said,
I don't think RBR knows that there is no death penalty in the state of California.
Right.
There was no death penalty in California before.
It goes back to the 70s.
Well, didn't put the death penalty, and they killed Tookie Williams. They killed the black people. They've had the death penalty in California.
Tookie Williams? Okay.
It got reinstated in March of 2019. From the 70s up to March 2019, there was no death penalty.
Okay,
and,
well, whatever.
If Kamala Harris had a good record,
she didn't offer the death penalty for the brother who killed the cop, and she said she was against the death penalty. She ran on against the death penalty for George Floyd just because he's black. So she ran on that, and now you dumb niggas are using to suggest that she's a cop and that she didn't do anything for black people because she didn't kill all black people. It's bullshit.
If Kamala had a good record with black people, why was Tulsi Gabbard able to totally obliterate her campaign by way of citing how terrible her record was with black people?
It's because she's white.
Can I answer the question, or is it too simplistic for me to be able to answer? All right. So the question is, why do white people who hate black people at worst and think black people are genetically inferior at.
He's not. You're not answering the question.
Yeah, they to obliterate. You're asking me why do white racists have more sway over black coons who never left the alley than black who are prosecutors? Mr. Howard, why are those people? Why are white people with third-grade education like Donald Trump able to?
That's all, folks.
All right, I heard enough.
Yeah, can I say something?
Jesus Christ.
Go ahead. I was trying to catch him on that. He said they're not illegal immigrants; they were just undocumented. But if they're undocumented, it's illegal to be in a country undocumented. So they were illegal.
Well,
I didn't. I was trying to figure that one out.
So I'm an immigrant,
right? Call them criminals.
Yeah, I'm an immigrant, right? And if for me to come to this country, you know, my parents had to apply. In fact, my parents had to come here first, work, prove that they could afford to take care of their children in this country before their kids were allowed to come and join them. So all of this separation BS I keep hearing about, I didn't see my mom from 1979 till 1985. I didn't live with her because she was up here. My dad came shortly after that in like 1980. So all of this, oh, you separating families. No, this is how it works. And this is how the country works. You have to prove that you're not going to be a drain on our society and our government and our taxes for you to be here. I went through it. Everybody else went through it. But now the Democrats are coming out talking about how, well, these are not illegal immigrants. You are an illegal immigrant if you do not have the visa, the proper visa to be in this country and the proper paperwork. Period.
Can I say something that's a little delicate real quick, though? I want you to highlight the example presented by the last two guests, right? And this is a sensitive subject for Black people. We don't really like to talk about this shit, but there's a correlation between mental deficiency, mental illness, and the left. And most of the crazy niggas is on the left.
Yep.
So highlight that shit.
Yeah, it's pretty evident that whenever a hotep comes up, man, they flip out. You can't control them. They're yelling, they're screaming. Look, my voice raises and stuff, but not when I'm talking to other people. I don't yell at other people. When I'm giving my presentation, my voice might go up, but I'm never yelling at other people and arguing with other people. It's always, madam, sir, may I speak? That's how most people on this side of things do it.
LilBigNate, you know what that is, though, right? That is the lack of facts, right? They're driven by emotion and their wants and needs, and not the facts on the ground. So they have to put out an emotional argument, and that's how they've managed to get over the other dumb Negroes they're speaking to by saying something emotional, like, "Oh yeah, that make a lot of sense, bruh," and now they're being challenged. And it's not working, so then they get this way.
Wasn't that the point of his presentation in the first place, in that we're trying to get away from this blackface identity politics bullshit? I mean, at least Black Uru came up with good pushback. It wasn't contentious. But when I hear actually somebody said it, y'all heard it. Well, she's an AKA. Okay, what the hell does that mean? Are
married to a white man?
Right. And think about this, right? When I mentioned the fact that it's the eugenicists and the eugenics movement that decided to lump anyone with black blood as black, right? Where you can take a crackhead, meth smoking white man with nothing to do, have sex with a black woman, and then we're supposed to call his child black and bring him into our neighborhoods. Right. And then he's telling me that that's because I take the idea of the white man, but he's taking the idea of the white man. He's the one that's saying anyone with a black blood is black.
Point. You ignore that. You know that.
And that's also plenty of all that stuff, man. It's like you guys are actually following. If anybody, let's say we're both following white ideas, all right? One side's following some Greek, rugged stoicism of the Romans or something like that, and the other side is following Karl fucking Marx, right? You guys are following the bum ass white people.
Right. Right.
But when you look at Kamala Harris, I mean, just as a candidate, she's kind of a black hole, personally. I mean, she just, the woman is in her mid or late 50s. She just recently married. She has no children. Her mother's gone. You don't really know anything about her mother's family. Her father's kind of effectively disowned her.
Exactly.
There's not much there to her as a candidate. And this woman, and I don't think, here's the reason why I believe that Biden Harris will lose. This is, in my view, the biggest reason why they will lose. Biden is not going to make it through a term. I mean, if you look at this guy, if you listen to this guy,
yeah, I mentioned
he is not very sturdy. And look at Obama when he first got in office, and just after his first term,
the gray,
especially after his second term, he aged 20 years in appearance. Biden will be what, 78 if he's elected? There are going to be people who will not vote for him because they actually believe that if he's elected, they will eventually make Kamala president, that she will eventually succeed him because he's going to die in office.
Well, Biden
wants to die in the White House, bro. That's his dream. He wants to die in a Lincoln bedroom.
And that's why you don't have her as your running mate, because there are people who are going to look at her and think this chick could actually be president.
No, she's going to be president.
Right. And that's why I don't think she's going to get elected.
Yeah.
I think there are black people who are going to say, I don't want her president. Even those that aren't necessarily political, they're going to look at the possibility of her being president and say no.
I'm came out with a poll. I'm voting for a black woman right now. I am not politically mature enough to vote for a black woman right now. You call me whatever you want to fucking call me, but I'm just gonna be the guy and say it. You guys probably quietly agree with me, but I'll say it for everyone else. I am not ready to have a black woman as president. I'm fucking terrified of the notion.
And I think a lot of people, not necessarily hood conservative types, would agree with you.
Yeah, man. I mean, we unfortunately we see how they've run Black America, Black households.
I don't want you to go on that. It's more of, I just say this: why can't we look at the person's record? The nerve of judging somebody by their past, right? And then you expect indifference. It just blows me away how she was perceived at the very beginning of her presidency during the campaign trail, and now many in the social media sphere are, raising their pom-poms and all this. I mean, like, what's the contrast? Are we that desperate?
But I hope black men are ready for the blowback, because if 30% of us vote for Trump, they're again between 30 and 40% possibly. There's going to be a lot of black women very, very angry.
Oh well,
Kamala Harris,
the
White House. So,
what happens if she becomes president? There's going to be a lot of black women very aggressive if she gets in the White House.
We're going to get it. We're going to get it either way.
Either way,
we're going to get it either way.
Either way, we're going to get it, Doc.
And I'd rather get it with them not being in the White House.
Exactly. I would much rather have, and it's not about her being a black woman per se. It's about if Kamala Harris believed in the sanctity of life and that a two-parent household is the best way to go to raise children, I wouldn't have that big of a problem with her. I really wouldn't. It wouldn't matter to me whether she's Indian, she's black. I wouldn't care about any of that shit.
Listen, bro, I'm ready to be the bad guy. Let me point something out to you, right? Most of these cities that have been on fire for the last month have a black woman in key leadership positions. Not just Democrat, bro. That's the point. That's where I'm going with this shit. It's not just Democrat. They have a black woman in key leadership positions in damn near every one of these cities that is, on fire. So, Wakanda. Who's the mayor of Wakanda right now?
Chicago.
Bottom. Keisha Lane Bottom. Chicago. You got Lesbo Lightfoot.
Lightfoot.
They just fired the mayor and not the mayor, the police captain in
chief
Chicago. And not Seattle, right? You got it better than me. The police chief of Seattle, they just fired her.
Well, no, she quit. She quit.
You're right. They were forcing her out due to budget cuts, but she quit. And not only did she quit basically because they were going to put those budget cuts on the minority people that she had hired along with
the police. You got to defund the police, conservative. Come on.
Right. So it's like, come on. Everywhere you turn right now at this moment in history, Black women are just taking L's on the political front. And I'm not going to act like I don't see that shit.
Look, to the Black women that are listening, you know, I'm not.
LilBigNate, these about to be damn near the closing words because I got to get up off of here. So
yeah, me too.
I got a 1:30.
But look, you know, this is not about attacking Black women. We have to take into account the way they lead when you give them power. We have to take into account the way they handle the cities and the jurisdictions that they're in charge of. I would just say to Black women, you've listened to everybody for the past 50, 60 years. You've listened to leftists, feminists, socialists, people that hate men, people that believe patriarchy is poisonous and deadly, that marriage is slavery. You've listened to all these people for 50 years. How about you listen to us for the next 5 or 10 years? How about you do exactly what men like us tell you to do for the next 5 or 10 years? And if things are just as bad, then you can blame us. But right now, you can't blame men like us for anything. This is your creation and the creation of your Democrat and feminist taskmasters. Okay? How about you listen to men like us for the next 10 years and let's see what happens. Let's just see. Okay?
All right, and we're gonna leave it right there. LilBigNate, everybody keep asking when you're gonna start the channel, but whenever listen, you got a home away from home over here. Normally when we do a little one-on-one, it's normally I'm reaching out to you, but man, you got anything you want to sound off about, you shoot me the email or the text first, man.
Absolutely, I will.
Definitely love having you on. So until you get that channel started, man, you got a home away from home over here anytime you want to try to put together a one-on-one, because I definitely enjoy these. So we're gonna wrap it up right there. I'd like to thank everybody who hit the Cash App, Super Chat, the like, subscribe, share, all of that. Everybody who came on the panel, even RBR and Black Ground, whatever. I forgot. I don't even know the other dude's name. He was on some crazy shit. But yeah, shout out, salute, and thanks to everybody that came on. And we are out of here. Peace.